Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Palace of the Dead with me, Chaiji, when you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're progressing from floor 41 again. We're a bit unlucky last time, so back to the start we went. This time, just a little info on the pinned message in the chat. I have a stronger PC that I nicknamed the Monster that has been in the apartment on a table for months. I've had it for over a year at this point. I gave a little story about it around Christmas time last month. We're playing on that today. In the past, it has had its own oddities. It has since gotten a fresh Windows reinstall and everything, so there's a possibility that it doesn't have any of those things. It has also gotten, like, hardware replacements. It had a problem with the CPU. Talked about that before. Hopefully everything's alright. But just to list the common problems it has had that has possibly been visible in a stream has been, just because the pinned message says to like look out for potential problems, the chat freezes. Like the overlay chat in the stream just stops. That can happen. That has also happened on the other PC, which I've named the Chainsaw. But it's really rare, normally. So, you know, that's a possibility. Another one is that sometimes the sound in my headphones will start making like this noise constantly. It's not like phone signal stuff, it's like, it's just a constant rhythmic didding sound, I should say. And sometimes it'll, it has ran into an issue where it'll give like, almost like electrical sounds through the microphone. That one's really rare. In both cases, the solution was plug a thing out and in again. So, like, I know the solution to them, but I can only hear one of those things. And then the last one is that when it's really bad, Final Fantasy XIV crashes extremely frequently, so I have tested. It has not crashed Final Fantasy XIV once since Sunday. So I'm going to assume everything's alright. It has not had any oddities since I started using it as the main PC again. But yeah, it turns out, some of you may know that Final Fantasy XIV is a really, really fragile game, and if you have hardware problems, there's a very high likelihood that Final Fantasy XIV will start to become unstable as one of the first things. It'll know that there's a problem with one of your RAM cores before anyone else, almost. But it'll tell it in like a weird way. With that said, with the disclaimers and the warnings out of the way so that you know perhaps what to look for, let's get started. Hey Yannick, hey Adriel, hey Taldemar, hey Zeros, hey Sally, hey Damarel, hey Gazel, hey Jen Monica, hey Giraheen, hey Lana, hey Yusuf, hey Ridlian, hey Gerald. Hope you're all doing very well. A fledgling dock of the Nuzlocke rules. And yep, back to the palace mines we go. I mean, yeah, nearly all of the problems that I just listed were problems that would like show up gradually as time passed, like over months, because it was one of the faulty Intel CPUs and has gotten it replaced since. So it should be okay now. Like it has gotten it replaced, it's gotten the patches it needs, everything should. Emphasis on should be fine. And if it isn't, then the other PC is fine. It's right over there. It's like, it's just out of the camera view. Like, if we need it, then I have it. We can fix it. If it's still bad. Hey Brandon, hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, Mizunashi. Something like that. The manufacturer specifically started sending a mail when they had, like, when there was something important about these CPUs, and they haven't said anything to me for, like, several months. So everything should be okay now, hopefully. Yep, it has been going perfectly fine for... Oh, it dropped the gold treasure. Of course it did. It has been working like a little bit here and there for, I would say, like 2 months or so with no issues. The thing is, I needed to patch it, the motherboard specifically, with this special fancy schmancy update that my manufacturer had made, not the one that the motherboard, like, producer made. So, and when I installed the one that Asus had made, it would blue screen of death about 5 minutes into starting, and then be fine for the rest of the day. And just the first 5 minutes, it would just wake up poorly every day that it got started. And we get the one that made the specific PCs update, and then everything's good, I think. But it's a really strong PC, so I would much rather use it if I can. It'd also be a shame to just have it and then just never use it because it's too afraid it'll break apart. When there's a guarantee that means that if it breaks apart, it'll get replaced. It'll be fixed for free. Because the ones that I bought the PC from are really good, and they believe in their product. Oh, whoops. Hello. Oh, 4 max potions. Lovely. I would like this treasure. Thanks. Yeah, exactly, really, and you know, I really need those max potions, like, ooh, if I didn't get those, then I would definitely have run out. Enix has just got a replacement Halatali. What's the point of Picto without their motifs? Well, I mean, in fairness, if you think about it, Yannick, what's the, like, most jobs don't really have their thing in Halatali. Ow. Like, mention any job we can talk about. Does the job have their gimmick in Halatali? I'm pretty sure they don't. Monk? Well, they don't actually have all of their orb things. They have one of their orb things. They don't have perfect balance. They don't have form shift. They barely have chakras. They don't generate them from anything other than pressing the button itself. So it's basically like a single OGCD per fight. They have AoE in a single combo. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, but isn't that somewhat comparable to what Pictomancer has? Like, power-wise, I'm pretty sure what Pictomancer has in Halatali is... Do they only have their single target combo? Like, just their regular 1, 2, 3 combo and nothing else? If I remember correctly, it's even worse in Sastasha. I'm pretty sure they just have a 1-2 combo or something like that. But again, in fairness, most jobs don't have a step 3 combo in Sastasha. Or Halatali. Emerald says Monk can do some funky stuff in AoE to get lots of chakras. Yes and no. If you do a Shadow of the Destroyer in the correct form, so that all of them crit, you only get 1 chakra for that. It's like, yeah, they can do some funky stuff to like quickly generate 1 per GCD, but the trait that makes you get chakras from crits in the first place is learned at level 38. And it is upgraded later to actually be a guarantee at like... Is it 54? Or something like that? But it's the same deal at low level. It's just like when you get the trait at level 38, you can use Arm of the Destroyer, and then if you randomly crit one of them, it counts. It's just that whether you get a chakra or not is, did the attack crit? It's not how many times did it crit, it's just did it crit. More than 0 times. That's all the game cares about. Oh boy. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that's true. Every time a fight ends, you can quickly collect some more. But that's actually also a bit of what makes Pictomancer insane in low-level duties, Dawntrail. Every time a fight ends, Pictomancer can just, like, ready up all their motifs. That's actually what makes Pictomancer absolutely ludicrous in the lower floors of Palace of the Dead. Run up to a mob and then just palm use it and its head explodes. Then you run over to a different mob, and then you just winged muse it and its head explodes. And you run up to a third mob, use Morg of the Ages, and its head explodes. But yeah, that is true. If you can single target the mobs all the time. This is actually also part of the reason why if you're the tank in a low level duty, like if you want to optimize, like it's a low level duty, you don't need to. It'll probably, like, you'll be fine, right? You don't need to. You'll be fine. But if you want to optimize, looking at what your team composition is can be significant. Like, if you land in Sastasha, and both of your DPS have 0 AoE, then, like, you going, like, Ultra Mega Gigapole is entirely you. Whereas, for instance, a Monk might, like, it doesn't even care that you're, like, it cares a little bit because of, I guess, Arm of the Destroyer. Do they have Arm of the Destroyer in Sastasha? I think they don't. Isn't that, like, level 22? Something like that? So they don't really care, but if you can end the fight quickly, then they get to use meditation. And then they can open the next fight with Steel Peak, and the next fight with Steel Peak. So the question is whether you AoEing everything is more helpful than just fighting the things as you go. And indeed, you might say, uh-oh. You might say, uh-oh. You might say, well, I mean, my AoE is insane. Like, it scales indefinitely. Yes, but to pull those, like, 20 mobs, right? Just to pull them. you will have to be like pulling for like 45 seconds in Zastasha. And if your team is actually fighting, there's a reasonable chance that by the time you reach the point where you get to AoE anything, because like otherwise you're running ahead, you're not attacking much, maybe you're using a ranged attack every so often, most of the pack is dead. And the monk didn't really get to use meditate in between, because it kept staying in combat as a result, possibly. Possibly. Hey Delane, hope you're doing well. And that's also a good point. If the monk carefully single targets each thing, they can just like meditate after each mob. Hey Bovomet, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Ah, of course. Not site-based. That's true, Yannick. Pictomancer's stay is kind of crazy in Palace of the Dead. It's just that it's particularly ludicrous in the lower floors. Water and blue is 15. Oh, okay. Well, that's alright then. In that case, I'm going to change my statement on Pictomancer and low-level content to, why are you complaining that you don't have your motifs? You have a 1-2-3 combo at level 15, hello? That's a long run back. I just really want to get all the gold chests on these lower floors so I can reach 3 on as many of them as possible. So that I don't have to look for them later. Is a thing that I've done at the higher floors, maybe to my detriment, is deliberately looking for all the treasure, even though I don't need it. It is difficult though. Like running around going like, I'd really like a steel and a strength. But I'd also like to leave this floor. As an elf, I can say Freerin is proud of you. Thank you, Aradel. Oh, it's still gloomy. And now I'm also blinded. The gloom is getting thicker. That would be really funny. Like, if it's gloom twice in a row, it specifically gives blind and the gloom gets thicker. Just because. I didn't want to hit my heated slug shot, that's fine. I didn't need it. I'll just hit the second one. It's fine. Totally fine. The gloom has blossomed. Glom, glom. Don't y'all know I'm legally blind? And then the irony of them giving me sight. It is quite strange, Dawntrail. The good news is that Arm of the Destroyer has certain levels where it is actually better to just spam that over finishing your combos. Especially now, where there isn't like a damage buff to maintain anymore. Speaking of Twin Snakes, part of the reason why some of these things are weird is because, well, in the first place, originally AoE was kinda awkward in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, hello. But when 4-point Fury was added in Shadowbringers, that was also the time where AoE was made to not be awkward anymore. And 4-point Fury was added as the step 2 at that time, and that step 2 extended Twin Snake's buff. Then in Endwalker they decided to just make it give it, so like, But the reason why that made sense in Shadowbringers was because they made it so that a lot of jobs had an AoE combo of some sort. Usually the step 2 would extend some buff you'd normally maintain with your single target combo, which still meant you had to gain it initially with your single target combo, which is incredibly fun. Like, you can imagine that warriors loved that they'd have to, they'd have to get aggro and then do a 1-2-3 combo so that they could get their Storm's Eye buff. It wasn't called Surging Tempest yet at that point, you see. But I think the weirdest part of Monk's AoE is that anyone, I suppose if you played at that time, it might be unfair that you guess. But go for it, I suppose. Anyone want to take a stab at what the additional effect from Oppo Oppo form was on Arm of the Destroyer originally? Because it wasn't 10% more potency. And yeah, it wasn't X more potency. It wasn't even it crits. It was something else entirely. I have a feeling that it would be really hard to guess unless you just knew. So this will probably give it away. But an interesting little side note to Final Fantasy XIV is that in Shadowbringers is when they introduced interrupts as like a real mechanic that the game actually acknowledged in some way or another. By which I mean, well, that is a good guess, Dawntrail. That would actually be really handy. But interrupts where like the cast bar flashes and stuff if the action is interruptible and all that. That wasn't a thing until Shadowbringers, which is also, I suppose, part of the reason why there isn't really like Hall of the Novice stuff in any way that explains it. Because it didn't exist. Before Shadowbringers, you would just see actions randomly be like, oh yeah, this also additional effect silenced the target for 1 second. Which sounds incredibly stupid, because as far as I'm concerned, the way I read that in Stormblood, Shadowbringers was when they changed tank stand, so that wouldn't make sense. It would make sense, Dawntrail, because they changed how Arm of the Destroyer worked in Shadowbringers. So that would make the aggro reduction redundant. So like, it would actually make sense that it could do that before Shadowbringers. That's not what it did, but... So, the way I understood 1 second silence was, well, they're just going to cast it again. Like, what do I gain from silencing them for 1 second? Apparently, enemies would only use certain actions on like certain intervals. So them getting interrupted, or rather silenced for 1 second, meant that they were incapable of finishing the cast. And then they just wouldn't try again until, like, they got back to the point in their rotation where they were going to do it again. So a 1 second silence was, for all intents and purposes, an interrupt. It just didn't say that for whatever reason. It just didn't say that. Now, me saying that in the connection with Arm of the Destroyer probably already gives away that what Arm of the Destroyer did before Shadowbringers was that it was an AoE 1 second silence. In addition to doing really poor AoE damage when you really think about it. I think it was like 50 potency. And I think at the time, Rockbreaker was closer to 100, or maybe even 130 or so. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. So before Shadowbringers, just to round up on that, Arm of the Destroyer did garbage damage, cost a ton of TP, and if you used it in Oppo Oppo form, it's silenced for 1 second. Just on top. As an extra. I'm pretty sure that Arm of the Destroyer, in the vast majority of cases, was not used for the silence. It's actually pretty funny, because Monk had not one, but two of those kinds of actions where it was like something rather situational that just happened to be in the combo. Because before Shadowbringers, Monk actually already had 3 different step 2s. 4-point Fury replaced something. It didn't just get added, it replaced something. Now, it probably is expected that that thing it replaced was not AoE. What it replaced was 1 Ilm Punch. Note a step 2, right? Second form. What it did, it actually had 2 different effects through its life cycle. The general idea is that it did less damage than Twin Snakes and True Strike, so you wouldn't just use it randomly. You would specifically use it for that express purpose, right? Initially, it removed a buff from an enemy. A removable buff, notably. Like, you couldn't just remove anything. Bosses might have a buff that they're not willing to part with, so you just can't remove that. If any of you have played Blue Mage, you may recognize that this is actually a Blue Mage spell called Eerie Soundwave, which you use for, like, 2 things, I think? 1 or 2 things, ever. Because bosses and enemies are just not really in the business of buffing themselves up, and when they are, it's often with the big asterisk of, oh, by the way, you can't remove it. So, Eerie Soundwave does nothing. Awesome. Fantastic, even. I believe 1 Ilm Punch had a few use cases, but again, if it was something that was, like, super crucial to get rid of immediately, it was a step 2. So the Monk might actually have to, like, you know, hold their combo and just wait a second until, like, the opportunity presented itself, which was itself a little bit interesting, because in A Realm Reborn, Monk had, based on my research anyway, like 1 or 2, maybe even 3 different GZDs in its arsenal that didn't have anything to do with their forms. So, like, if you needed to use 1 Ilm Punch at a specific time, you could, you know, reach it so that it was the next step, and then, you know, hang there for a bit by doing other stuff that you had to do anyways, like maintain your dot named Touch of Death, yes, in addition to Demolish, which was also a dot back then. But then, I can't remember if my note said that it was Heavensward or Stormblood. I think it was Stormblood that they reworked 1 Ilm Punch. 1 Ilm Punch was reworked to a different utility. Can I access Blue Mage actions while I'm here? I can. So, a Perpetual Ray. It was reworked to stun the target for 1 second, but it ignores stun resistance build-up. Which means that it ignores diminishing returns, which means that technically you could stun an enemy every 3rd GZD. And technically, if you had enough monks and you were coordinated well enough, you could potentially stun lock an enemy to death. You just need 6 monks. Well, 7, because they didn't quite have 20% GZD reduction at that time. But you could. Blue Mages have done this. Like, in the times when Blue Mage peaked at level 60, I believe, The best filler combo blue mages had access to against enemies that were susceptible to stun was to use perpetual was to use whistle, which makes your next physical GCD do 80% more damage. Then use perpetual ray, which stuns the enemy for 1 second, and then use sharpened knife, which does way more damage if the target is stunned when it lands. So you would see like random open world like fate bosses that happen to be immune to Ram's voice, but not to stun. You just see blue mages. Well, actually in level 60 they didn't have ultra vibrations, so that was it. Yeah, if they couldn't kill it with missile or something, they'd just perpetual ray and sharpened knife spam. But yeah, monks had that. Monks had it first. Monks had it first. There's just a little problem that you know, it's not really good. Adult says, is anyone losing the chat history when they F5, or is it just me? That sounds strange. I think that is strange. That shouldn't be something I can do anything about. That's really annoying. But yeah, Monk had 1 Ilm Punch, and then it got replaced with 4-point Fury and Shadowbringers. But yeah, again, a 1 second stun that ignores diminishing returns means that an enemy, like a boss fight, that the boss was susceptible to stuns, you would be able to, every time the boss did something annoying that you would like to stun, you could just 1 Ilm Punch it. Every time. Simply because it didn't have any, like, it couldn't be fully spent, quote unquote. You could just keep doing it. The only downside was that because it was a step 2, it meant that, you know, you had to, you know, go 1, do I need to stun the boss? 2, 3, 1, do I need to stun the boss? 2, 3, 1. Or you could, you know, just go 1, 2, 3, 1 and then just wait until the boss does the thing. But the monks had like the vast majority of their damage was from their 1, 2, 3, so it would be like, yeah, then the monk isn't doing anything, really. Let's bring the whole monastery. Yeah. Also, hey, Knight, and Lemon Tonk, and Zaf. Hope you're doing well. Ilana says they had a somewhat similar problem. That is strange. Oh! I didn't see there were 3 of you. Ew. Knight says Monk needs an aura beam as a ranged blitz. Well, that would be nice. I'm guessing that Enlightenment, the like Kamehameha blast that you can use with your chakra, is the closest we're going to get to an aura beam. It would be my guess. But this is an interesting suggestion. It's also strange, come to think of it. Have any of you... Like, so Elixir Burst, which is what you have at level 100, looks different. But have any of you looked closely at Elixir Field, the Lunar finisher, at lower levels? Be like, have you looked at it? Because it essentially has the player character shoot another Kamehameha blast into the floor as an AoE attack. Which of course begs the question, Why can't I aim that forward? That's like a line AoE or something. Oh. Right, the exit was over there. Where's the exit? Oh, there it is. Dawntrail says I should probably level up Blue Mage at some point. They sound fun, just on the first, and also last time I tried them, I tried learning a B spell, the B1. Oh, yeah, that one is difficult if you try to fight it at an even fight. The reason is that I think the lowest level opportunity you have to pick up Final Sting is a like specific hornets in like just slightly north of Summerford Farms in Lanazea. And yeah, Zelly beat me to the punch. They do a percentage of your HP and damage, like a max HP percentage, which means that if you go and fight one of those bees and let them have a chance, like you walk up to them and just punch them as a white mage or something, just smack them 1 damage at a time, just let them have their finisher, you'll find that they can do over 100,000 damage if you let them. So you, like, essentially as a blue mage, what you'd need to do to pick up that spell is, well, option 1 is have someone else take the hit for you. But option 2 is that you need to make sure that you're fully topped up on HP when that final sting lands, because you need to see it cast it. Hey Falo, hope you're doing well. I didn't take that chest because I'm full, or because it was a silver chest. I think it was a witching, which I already have 3 of. Or maybe it was a serenity, which I also have 3 of. Jose XKG, hope you're doing well. I started healing this week and I was introduced to Aurum Vale. It was something else. Oh yeah, I could imagine. That is a tough one. Imagine Blue Mage in deep dungeons, that would be funny. I've said before that I would think it would be really interesting to have like blue mages in their own special deep dungeon where they have to like collect spells in the deep dungeon. And that's also true. Your Chocobo companion could be that other person that takes the hit for you. You let them final sting you to give them a false sense of security, and then you hit them with the misery which you've been building up in the meantime. Well, Giraheen, you don't even need to hit them with the misery, because unlike, for whatever reason, the more modern bomb enemies that can explode without dying, final sting is quite literal. They, like, if you don't die, well, they sure will. Sarah says I tanked Alexandria and my healer slapped me at the end. Rude. Didn't do the best job, admittedly, but still. Did they do the best job? Because that's actually a thing that I've noticed, is that in my experience, the players that are more likely to emote rudely at you like that have a tendency to they themselves be terrible. Or at least not good enough to justify them being a jerk. There's no consistent holy spam. Oh, that's a good sign that they were not super great. That's for certain. They were probably mad that you were pulling too big. Terrified of the 1B that has Final Sting. Yeah, exactly, Phil. Hope you're doing well. They get They get your final sting. You die. They don't. It also does 100%. But they don't die. The funny thing is, Fowler, that it turns out that some percentage of the Final Fantasy XIV player base is almost, I would say, bordering on more toxic than the League of Legends ranked community. The difference is that those Final Fantasy XIV players have gotten really good at being extremely passive about it. Or they'll let out they'll vent outside of the game. Sometimes you'll find some incredibly nice people in my comment sections of my videos. And also true, Zeros. Like, just because there is a game with a worse community doesn't mean that that it isn't a problem that a community is toxic. Like that, like if you just let it be and just like ignore it, that's how you'll end up with a community just as toxic as League of Legends. Because let's not forget, League of Legends wasn't always like this, and that might be unbelievable to some of you. But I played League of Legends before ranked existed. You could do genuinely any composition. And people wouldn't really complain because they didn't know what the meta was. It wasn't until the first actual tournament that, quote-unquote, the meta was discovered. And after that point, you were a poophead if you didn't do it. Sarah says, I'm aware that an emote isn't toxic, but it is annoying. It can be toxic. Usually when someone runs up and slaps you at the end of a dungeon, it's because they mean something that is toxic. There's also the possibility that they want to be toxic, but they don't want you to have the opportunity to respond back, and they also want to leave the door open for, in case you are the type that would report them for that, they can cover themselves by going, no, that was not what happened. Like, it's just a big old misunderstanding. And that's the reason why a lot of Final Fantasy XIV players have gotten really good at being extremely passive-aggressive. Ubermed says, I joined League while we had the player-led tribunal and could honor for different reasons. Oh yeah, that's long after the game had already gotten toxic, Ubermed. I was like on the way out at that point, I'm pretty sure. So if those were good times, consider how good it was. Hey Regine, hope you're doing well. League is not toxic if you mute everyone. That is an interesting suggestion. If you can't hear anyone, you can't hear them swear at you. Tell me more tales of League when it was not toxic. Well, I think the main thing on my end was that the time where I played it most was before people truly knew how to play the game. So there was much less capacity for people to be a jerk about it because they didn't know what the correct answer was. And when you did something weird, they just had to be like, that's weird. And then just like, they don't know what the correct answer is, so they can't correct you, right? They can't tell you that you're a poophead because you're not doing the right thing because they don't actually know what the right thing is. Very effective. Phil says, I always wonder if they should do more percentage damage stuff in Savage. Last time I remember it being super prevalent was E1S. Well, the thing is, with HP, like percentage-based attacks, it feels a little weird scaling-wise. Because it has this effect where you just never get to, like, beat it with gear. Which is, you know, a little bit of, like, it's almost like an MMO, or at least RPG stable, right? Like, if gear is meaningless, then why do we care about gear at all? And if all attacks, like, hypothetically, that's an exaggeration. That's not what you suggested. But the counterbalance being that if a significant amount of attacks are percentage-based, then you having more HP is irrelevant. Hey, Ninetails and Zarian, hope you're doing well. Was this the Lost? Yes. Okay. Oh, Ilana, I actually know that story, and it's a lot sadder when you know the truth behind it. And yeah, that's also true, Yannick. Yannick says, like, in a PvP MMO I play, it's often the case that when someone loses a duel, they'll often call the winner a lucky piece of stuff. But the other will take no offense. Yeah, it's just like, they just know that that's the response, right? There's no more mobs on the floor, are there? Oh, there's something over there that I think spawned. The origin of that one, Ilana, is that when the Burning Crusade Classic released... So, World of Warcraft Classic releases, right? Then, you know, after they've properly given players time to explore all of the content that Classic WoW had to offer, they of course offer the Burning Crusade Classic, which was like, you know, the first expansion. It made sense. But a key thing of Classic was, you know, a thing that the players cared a lot about was no changes, which of course changed a little bit to some changes, because there were some things that were so silly that, like, let's give that an exception. But for the most part, it was no changes. One thing that wasn't in Classic WoW or TBC was level boosts, like purchased level boosts, or store mounts. And when they released TBC Classic, they offered a special TBC Classic quote-unquote collector's edition, which gave you a special mount that everyone could see, and also a level boost to 60. So you could skip, you know, Classic, essentially. And the result was that a lot of players started using the /spit emote on players that were identified with that mount or the specific equipment that the level boosted characters would start with. Basically, if you were identified as someone who had bought this collector's edition, you would get ostracized, excluded from groups, and if you happen to be in an open world space, people would spam /spit on you. Part of the problem, not the full, like, the main problem here is that the players were like, no, there shouldn't be paid level skips in this game. Like, it wasn't there originally. They shouldn't add this, so we're mad about it. We're going to be mad at Blizzard, and we're going to make everyone who thinks it's okay feel bad for supporting it by buying it. Like, that was basically what it, like, went to, and you can probably see how Blizzard started to react to it, because what the players did was essentially spit on players that gave Blizzard money. You can see the problem, right? You can see why Blizzard would certainly jump into action at such a situation. But another part to the problem is that, like, there was already plenty of bots in Classic WoW. No doubt about that. But TBC Classic saw an absolute explosion in bots, which was, if not fully, at least partly blamed on that level boost. So, I mean, like, that's the bigger issue, right? But then Blizzard made it so you couldn't spit on other players anymore. But yeah, just to add to something that I think Ninetales and Ilana also mentioned is that there's probably you can't use items, but on your left is a cure that allows you to use items again. Okay. Yeah, indeed, there were probably streamers that were a big part of this movement. Oh boy. Yeah, that is a funny thing when like a game gets like a thing that players, like a skin or something, or some sort of visual item that the players don't like. Then anyone who chooses to use it are very obvious. Like, they basically put a target on their back by using it. Like, I think I heard stories of people that had ended up buying that, you know, that collector's edition, that never used the mount and quickly got their, like, starter gear replaced on their boosted character, because then they could, you know, hide the tracks, hide the trace that they had bought it. And so personally, my only problem was that the mount and the boost was tied together. I already had all classes at level 60, even Paladin, who was unlocked prior to the release. The problem with selling a package with a level boost and a mount in Classic WoW of any capacity is that I believe it was an epic mount? I can't remember quite how that worked, but it was a mount. And in Classic WoW, mounts were expensive. Like, you could almost justify saying that being able to buy a store mount was tantamount to being able to buy gold. And the level boost, again, was significant because it was very time consuming to level in Classic WoW. So being able to skip that amount of time was a lot more significant than it is in retail, for instance. By the time they actually sold level boosts in retail WoW, I think the Walls of Draenor pre-order came with a level boost, I believe. It only took a few days to reach max level anyway, if you put your mind to it, so it wasn't that big of a deal, is the point. Hashtag no changes will make us short-sighted anyway. Oh yes, yes. Like, hashtag no changes was really short-sighted. It was also, it didn't take very long before players realized that Classic WoW wasn't the perfect child that they thought it was. But I will say that some amount of the hashtag no changes came from the right place. It was, we want vanilla World of Warcraft. We don't want you to put in a cash shop. We don't want you to make the leveling experience easy. We don't want you to change things. Just give us the game as it is. And then there's like a bunch of like weird glitches and bugs in the game that like there was, I believe there was something with the netcode that they basically simulated to make sure it was just right, quote unquote. That didn't need to be there, but because the players said no changes it is. And then they could like go, well, are you sure? When the players got to see it. Yeah, spell batching, that's it. I was saying, Vince, hope you're doing well. Oh! Party room! Everybody put your hands in the air! Oh, right, that's AoE. That was not my brightest moment. Maybe it was my brightest moment. I didn't mean to take the like the majority of the room there. Is it on this floor? It's not. If you had access to flamethrower there, would that have been time to finally use its full duration, as it just there to burn Gridania's in? It could have been useful there, but I would probably have to move at some point. And then it's also... I'll say Pikachu, hope you're doing well. And Bad Angel, hope you're doing well as well. It's been a bit of Bad Angel. Pikachu says I had the most insane ARF run. It's always fun when your group is so crazy that you have to suggest, like, that you have to think that they might be trolling. It's a little strange that there's so few orbs. I was expected to be like there's one safe spot. I'm pretty sure that's the case on 160. Ow. I actually don't think he's going to survive for my next wildfire. I don't need the heat gauge for it. Let's see. I had the Wombo combo of Astra, who would only cast Aspected Helios, a Red Mage who only cast Jolt, and a Reaper who only used Harp. To me, that sounds like they were doing like some challenge for fun. Like some sort of one-button challenge. I don't know why the Reaper would choose Harp as their only button if they're choosing to only use one button. But that's what it sounds like. I've talked about this before, back when I did the challenge streams, where like we did stuff like me playing like this. Or when we did the X amount of buttons. Thing. In every case, I made the strict rule that we're not going to do weird shenanigans and weird challenges if there were randoms in the group. They didn't sign up for it, so I wasn't going to make them sit through me being a weirdo. Which meant that we would only do 4-mans with a full pre-made, we would only do 8-mans with a full pre-made, and if we went into Alliance Raid, then any challenge that was put on had to be minor enough that I could probably play perfectly fine with it present. Because I was not going to be the jerk who wasted other people's time that didn't sign up for it. Whereas if it's a full pre-made, I mean, you knew that I said I was going to do the dungeon like this. Fowler says, is botting a thing besides the gold sellers that float somewhere in the town? There are plenty of people floating through the universe of Final Fantasy XIV botting. You may remember where, like, that there's this little bench in Gridania that I have sat on for walk and talk streams and the December stream. If you plant yourself there and just look at the NPC across the way, eventually you will see players gain levels that are not there. Or they will suddenly pop out of the ground and gain levels. And they're all bots. Every single one of them. It's an MSQ thing. That's the reason why they're guaranteed to pass through there. But that's it. I think there was one other thing that I wanted to comment on. There's two things. Three things. Valor says, can Ninja just stealth through the deep dungeons? I think they can, but like some enemies will get aggroed anyway. If they're like they might anyway. And there's also the part that there's like a kill requirement on each floor, so like you need to fight something. It might give you a slight edge in choosing what you fight, I guess. I think Yannick might know better. The second thing is Thanos' question about flamethrower. It's awkward. I think in this, like if I had flamethrower at level 60, it would be pretty sweet. And the third one was Ninetales on the optimization culture. Yes. Correct. That is also what I've said many times before, is that if we ever were to go back in time to A Realm Reborn or Heavensward, Stormblood, perhaps even Shadowbringers, we would find that the people of the time were idiots. And that we could do better with what we know now. At some point we'll reach a break point where people actually had found out what was best. So like there isn't very much to improve upon. But this is the kind of stuff that we saw with Classic WoW. That people were saying that Classic WoW was when the game was truly hard. It was not. It was... like Classic WoW was more time consuming than difficult most of the time. Hey, Gleaming! Hope you're doing well. Oh, hello. Anime adventure music time. I like this song. Where's this song from in the game? Exactly, Mizunagi. Back in my day, the game used to be hard. Back in your day, you used to be bad. Like, I mean, when I played vanilla World of Warcraft originally, I was like 11. I was not good at English. And I didn't quite understand all the numbers behind the game, so I made a lot of bad choices. When I leveled up on my character, the only thing I looked at, like the talents I would pick when I leveled up, was first priority was anything that gave me an additional button on my hotbars. Now, whether I was going to use it or not is a different story, but I was going to pick that. And any talents that I'd already picked, if they had an upgrade associated with them, any upgrade, I would pick that before anything else. Then I would pick anything that said something about reducing cast time. Didn't really care about anything else. What's crit? Like, what if I don't crit? Then it doesn't matter. So what, like, and? You have a slightly higher chance of critting. Well, does it make the number bigger? It means sometimes the number's bigger. Well, does it make the number bigger? No. Does it give me more numbers? No. Nah, I don't care. Like, I was terrible at the game. But when I played Classic WoW a few years ago, I made a warrior and leveled it to 60. No problem. I wasn't really interested in the end game stuff, so like I reached 60, did like a full run of Blackrock Depths from start to finish, got some cool loot, and then I realized that I didn't care. Adel says this song is Go-Go posing ranges from Moonfire Fair events. Oh, nice. Interesting. Who needs to cast twice if you can do the job in one? Well, Fowler, if you're a little kid and you like shooting lots of things, many explosions, then shooting 2 smaller things is better. Always. I mean, I always thought Elemental Shaman was cool just because they had the capacity to shoot multiple spells with one cast. The world progress nowadays would probably beat Gordius and Midas in under a day compared to taking at least a week back at launch. Wasn't there something about Living Liquid, Pepsi Man, being particularly problematic specifically because it was the first time that allegedly the first time that a boss had such a tight damage, like DPS check, that the healers weren't like recommended to attack, they were required to attack. Wasn't there something about that? Manipulator, not Living Liquid. Oh, okay. I guess same deal. The point being that you reach a boss, and the challenge is, well, now your healers have to help with the attacking. Imagine if someone said that in Dawntrail. No, the bosses are just easy because your healers are helping with the damage. Try and do it without them attacking. Why? Why? Why would we have them just stand there? Manipulator is A4. It's the one with the 4 legs. Oh, hi. There's also an interesting thing that in the Manipulator fight, among others, if you don't engage the boss, as far as I could see, if you don't engage the boss, then the lyrics of the song don't set in. It'll just keep going dun 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 dun. Like it'll go through the entire song, but the lyrics will set in on the next line when you pull the boss. From what I could find. I just think it's really interesting. They should do that more. Vince says I just confirmed the title, the theme, and the actual role title is Hyper Rainbow Z, but the source is right. Oh. Hyper Rainbow Z. Wow. I'm sure FRU would go so well if the heels just stood there and did nothing. Oh yeah, probably. Were you always there? Did you hide in the wall? I believe it's the same song in Phase 1, Ceres, as in A4, so that would probably be the reason why they both have that feature. Oh, so that's interesting, Ninetales. Classic WoW when you finally get an upgrade spell but can't afford to buy it. Oh yeah. Classic WoW when one of the ways to save money is knowing what spells you don't need. I remember back in Burning Crusade many years ago, like actual Burning Crusade, that a friend boosted my character in Wailing Caverns. He was like a level 40 something Shadow Priest. I think like 45 or something like that. And he helped me through the entire dungeon. No problem. Here's, you know, had a 20 level advantage over it. No big deal. Except he was a Shadow Priest. So he had not bought any of his non-shadow attack spells in quite a while because he didn't need them. Why would he need Smite? The final boss of that dungeon is immune to shadow damage. So we just skipped that one. Like, yeah, it's fine. He could probably have done it just fine, but if I remember correctly, his wand was also shadow damage. So he was like, yeah, I have like Smite rank 2. Is that gonna cut it? No? Didn't think so. Also, hey Steve, hope you're doing well. Well, in fairness, I'm pretty sure that the Shadow Priests had effects that would also boost their wand damage if it happened to be Shadow at the time. So, like, there was some justification for that. There's also the part that I think Gravestone Scepter, the wand from Black Fathom Deeps, was that good that it would still be decent if you hadn't found something amazing by that point. Oh, you mean like immune to stuns and such, Dawntrail? That's, Paolo said that's basically my way of arguing for spamming goblins in Beyond All Reason when a behemoth won't even take damage from one. Actually put a dent in. I'm a little confused by that. What? Phil says, why is the monster called the monster? Relative to my other PC, which I named the Chainsaw, the monster is significantly stronger. For instance, it can render a video in half the time or less. But it is also called the monster because it has absolutely turned into a monster and died on me multiple times in the last year, thanks to a faulty CPU. But hopefully it's done with that, so that it being called the monster can just be called the monster because it's really strong. Let's hope. Of the Heavensward Alliance raids, there's a duo boss. One is immune to magic and another is immune to physical. Oh, that! Yeah, well, the thing is, there... It doesn't really matter, because I believe they, at the end of the day, they either A, share HP, or B, when one dies, the other loses its immunity or something to that effect. But yeah, that is true. That is something that Final Fantasy XIV sometimes does. Oh boy, it's a it's a knockback immune flaw. I forgot to check that. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Rage doesn't work on this floor. By the way, on your right, there's a rage. That's a shame. That's the first time I actually found a rage and went, I should just use that. And then it doesn't work. There's also a funny thing with Leviathan at level 50. Leviathan, Leviathan. In that the head reflects ranged physical damage, and the tail reflects magic damage. But there's more. Some of you may have, actually I imagine a lot of you may know of the fact that when a boss is like, you know, a wall boss, like you can't reach their backside, usually they have like a special fancy targeting reticle that indicates that all positionals also succeed. That's not the case on Leviathan, because its backside is there. It's the tail. And in it, indeed, the tail shows a targeting reticle pointing the opposite direction. So it shows the backside. So you would, in your group, have your... You would have a tank fighting the head. You would have your mages and potentially healers attacking the head. And you would have a tank and... oh. And your ranged physical and your melee DPS fighting the tail, you know, except when they're running around dealing with all the other stuff happening. Like, I would say, for all the times I've done Leviathan Extreme, you spent a lot of time not actually fighting Leviathan. It's always a surprise to me when I go, oh, he's actually dying, because I have spent so little time actually attacking Leviathan. Hey, Ragnas, hope you're doing well. Ragnar says, I tried WoW for a few months and the community is toxic AF. In this game, older players tend to help the new ones. That's true. The scary part about one of the scariest parts, it isn't always the case, but a lot of the time with WoW, is that you may get kicked for poor performance, even if you're a new player. Don't care. You're quote-unquote wasting their time by underperforming because your gear isn't good enough, because your gear can't be good enough, because you need to have a max level character already for your gear to be good enough. Really fun that. That isn't the case with all of them. There's always bad eggs and there's always good eggs, but it sucks that that's a thing. I'm pretty sure that isn't a thing in Final Fantasy XIV. It's really rare if it happens in Final Fantasy XIV that you'd get kicked for not doing enough damage. tanking is hell in WoW. It's quite something. Especially in Classic. Because it's a lot harder to maintain aggro. And a lot of players don't understand that. And a lot of the players that don't understand that are not tanks. They don't actually understand why the tank is having trouble when they just blast immediately. With full AoE not attacking the target that the tank marked for them to attack. He goes, so speaking of Leviathan Extreme, you can cheese the mightier than the wall achievement by self-destructing with your party of blue mage. That is hilarious. Zarian says party finder kicks sometimes are too low item level, no food or no melts. I feel like, Zarian, that's a whole different story. Because a lot of the time that means that you signed up for something and was underprepared. And that's also like a pre-made group. Technically they can make whatever rules they want, but you're not going to get randomly kicked from a duty roulette or something. Like, it's not the same thing. Like, saying party finder sometimes kick people for too low item level, no foods, no melts, is a little bit like saying, well, I joined this random group that said that we all were going to play tanks for this random duty that we're going to do for the lols, and I thought it would be really funny to play Pictomancer. And then they kicked me. Rude? Like, when it's party finder, the rules are different, is all I'm saying. But when you're doing, you know, casual level content, it is very unlikely someone will bother to kick you. No worries, Ragnar. I was not saying like, oh, you should give it another chance. I'm just saying that, in fairness, it isn't all of them that are like that. But it is a problem. He goes, there was this one time a couple of years ago, the high of the WoW refugee crisis, that I said I was new to tanking in Lost City under Pro and was insta-kicked. That is weird. That is weird. Partly because I specifically remember at the height of that crisis, which I just refer to as the WoW Exodus, that a lot of the players that came to Final Fantasy XIV were positively surprised that it was suddenly okay to not be amazing. It's okay to not fail, or to not be perfect, I should say. It was okay to say that you were a first-timer. Yeah, exactly, Zeros. If you join a duty having not done your amount of prep, then there is a tendency that some players will just kick you. Because it's kind of in the social contract, quote-unquote, that you're prepared for what you're going into. Zarv has talked about this before, that sometimes it can be difficult if you're new, for instance, new to hard content, to know why you're getting kicked. Because sometimes you'll just get kicked with no explanation. Like, you'll join a duty, or you'll join a party finder group, and then, like, one of the players in the raid like says something that you might not even understand what means because like you're new to it, and then you just get booted. Like, if you get kicked for having too low item level, no melts and whatnot, there's a chance that you might just get booted with no explanation. And on the one... Oh, I just double steal at the door, huh? Weird. Oh, nice! Floor, that's true! Nice. Like, on the... Again, just saying for both sides of the coin... We're all just people, right? Just like the player that joins isn't expected to be perfect. Just like the player who joins isn't expected to be perfect necessarily, we can't expect the host to be perfect either. They just, like, their skill might be lacking in the social aspect. That they might not realize that using your words would be more effective. There's also the additional side to it that we don't, like, the person who just kicks someone who's doing something wrong without a word, we don't know how many times they've tried to explain to someone what the problem was and was met with nothing in response. Like, that video I put out, like, a while back about how to give someone advice in a polite way, there were a lot of players there that basically either exhibited extremely low social skills, not recognizing that it's really rude the way that they prefer to do things, but at the same time, some of them also exhibited the expression that they had tried so many times and it didn't work, so they'd just given up. Right? They've just given up. And it's very possible that some of the players that, like, just kick immediately with no explanation is because they have tried to explain and it just falls on deaf ears so many times that they just go, what's the point? I'll just kick them and move on with my day, because they're not going to learn from this. And there's no point in me wasting my time. I'm just gonna kick them. Move on. Which isn't, like, that's not good either, but it is at least an explanation, right? And that's not to say that that suddenly means that it's perfectly okay to do that, but it is an explanation. Like, admittedly, the amount of times I've ran into a cure bot style healer or a black mage who's doing something absolutely absurd has caused me to sort of be like, I don't even know if I can be bothered to try and explain to them, because they might just not care. I still try, but not every time. Like, that is a possible explanation. Bad Angel says, why don't people just set minimum item at that point instead of kicking people? That is also an option, but that doesn't always work, Bad Angel. I can give you an example. Let's say you set the item level requirement to 720. Okay, that's full augmented crafted gear. That's, at the moment, pretty reasonable for the current Savage tier, because that's somewhat attainable for pretty much everyone. My Machinist here qualifies for that. You see that? 726. I could join. I also have, you know, best, like, I have best in stock pieces, but as you can also see, not melted. You can't set a requirement that the person needs to have all their gear melted. So, like, that's already, like, a failure there. I also have this, which is 710, and it's my most impactful piece of equipment. That one being 710 is possibly more impactful to my DPS than the fact that everything else is 730. I can join that group. So someone might examine my gear and go, why do you have a 710 weapon? I just go, well, I don't know, doesn't matter. And then they kick me. And the same thing, no food buff. You might not even realize that you're supposed to have a food buff when you're doing something like Savage. So people will just notice that you're not using one when you step inside. So it is difficult. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. Ragnar says I've never been kicked and I'm a sprout tanking. People tend to correct me or teach me rather than insult me. See, that's also a big thing. In, I would say, most, if not all, casual content, I would be shocked if I was in a random duty and someone just got kicked out of nowhere. Most of the time, there's something else happening. And if you're receiving advice, like, you are given advice, and you at least listen to the advice. You try to implement it. You might be making mistakes, but you're working on it. Then no one has a reason to even consider kicking you in a casual duty where, like, it's all beatable. It would, like, have to be something like, well, your gear is so bad that we genuinely can't beat it, but if that's what's happening, there's probably a reasonable argument to be made that you could probably have seen that one coming, right? So as long as you do your part to be prepared before you enter, you're not going to get kicked from some casual duty, I don't think. Taldemar says it's hard when someone's fundamentals are just not there. Where do you even begin? That is exactly right. And this is also something that I've talked about in some of my videos, that if I see, for instance, a black mage, it's not because I have some sort of crusade against black mages, it's a really easy example that most people understand, that are not using their fire spells right. If I see it in, like, a low-level dungeon, like a really low-level dungeon, there's a reasonable chance that I'll just be like, they'll figure it out. They might figure it out. If they're completely lost, like completely off track, I might ask them if I can give them some guidelines. Like just a little tip. Other than that, I'll just leave it. In a high-level dungeon, if I see that, then I'm just not even going to bother. There's so much to unpack that there's, like... I don't even get me started. We have to, like, park the group for 10 minutes for me to explain to this person how to play Black Mage, and they've played it wrong for 80 levels. So there's a chance that they will not listen to me. They've already cemented themselves in the style that they're playing, and some part of the human brain will also be like, for some people, will have difficulty accepting that they're wrong. Because if I'm right and they're wrong, then that means that they've been playing this game that they enjoy so much and they thought they were good at wrong for possibly hundreds of hours. It's easier for the brain to just solve it by saying, nah. I'm not wrong. They're wrong. They're the idiot. I'm probably doing it right. And they just can't accept my absolute brilliance. That's exaggeration, but you might get what I mean. That it's the brain is a problem-solving tool, and when you're put in such a position, there's a possibility that the problem the brain is presented with is the problem is that I think I'm dumb, or that I goofed it up. And the easiest way to solve that is just justify that you didn't. Just justify that you didn't. Could they also just have level skipped? That is also a possibility, but I can't tell. I don't know about that, Incarnate. I would say that that level 50 is not the point where I would start to say that they should know how to play. And there's a good reason for that. But it also depends on the appearance of the player. If they don't have a sprout icon next to their name, then they have at least 300 hours in the game. So if they're failing on fundamentals, then it's concerning, right? But there are people that have thousands of hours in the game that are failing on fundamentals, so that's not necessarily a fair ground to judge them on. Whoops, I used the wrong thing. That's probably fine. But if they have a sprout icon and done Dawntrails, no, you lose your sprout icon if you reach Dawntrail and also have played for 300 hours. As soon as you start Dawntrail, if you've played for more than 300 hours, you will lose your sprout icon. That is also part of the reason why you can meet sprouts in current content. If they've boosted and then rush to the end. And welcome, Ragnas. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, the thing is, most, if not all of the events on the Discord server are things like, it's not me planning them. So just to be clear, if you want to plan something, you can also do that. And we're not all in Louisoix, don't you worry. It's just that we have a... Oh, whoops, wrong order. We have a bunch of people in Louisoix. Partly because some players moved there just to be on the same server as me, because it didn't make any difference. Hey JK, hope you're doing well. That is interesting that it came back. That's a rather specific situation, I suppose. So I could imagine that there wouldn't be a lot of data on that. Because not a lot of people end up in that exact scenario. Of course, Ragnas, I'm just saying that, let's say you wanted to run like an old extreme synced. You could make a group for that. Or you could try, at least. Hey, Caitlin, hope you're doing well. And hey, Perrin, hope you're doing well as well. Are you sure it wasn't the returner sprout? That could be. JK, did you have the actual sprout or the one with a little flower in it? Given that you said that it just returned. It could have been either. There are discords for old extreme sync. There are. There are lots of discords for different things, Dawntrail, but if you like my community specifically, then that's not super helpful, because you might meet people of, you know, different sorts elsewhere. And kind of says you're probably right, but it still annoys me to see a level 50 DPS not following the right sequence of the basic combo, for example. That's fair. That's fair. I would also say that there's a big difference, like, depending on the job, what is considered good enough. Like, if you meet a Dragoon at level 50, and they're not using their buffs properly, and they might not be spamming jumps as much as they should, but they're doing their 1-2-3s, then I'm sure that most of us will be like, it's probably fine, they'll figure it out. But if they're not even doing their 1-2-3s right, then... then it starts to get a little, You should have learned this by now. But part of the reason why I also feel that it matters whether it is someone with a sprout icon or not is because... Have you, like... It's a little strange consideration, I suppose, but you should try and check out how much time you spent not fighting anything in the MSQ of A Realm Reborn. Like, I've explained before that my journey in Final Fantasy XIV started with me, like, being fed up with cutscenes by, like, level 8 or 10. And it took quite a while before I cared to get back into it, because it was just too many cutscenes. So you see someone level 50, they might have participated in, like, the mandatory dungeons and, like, maybe a dozen fights beyond that. So they've done, like, you know, like 10, 15 duties and fought a double rage. Wow. At the exit. And, like, that's not a lot of fighting. So they haven't actually had a chance to learn that much. But again, there's a difference between going, they haven't had a chance to learn that much, so I'm just going to let them do whatever they want without a word, and going, they're not even doing their 1, 2, 3s. Like, how did they beat the solo duties when they're playing like that? Like, that's not the same thing. Also, hey, Cat and Jazek, hope you're doing well. One day, as he will add more save slots for Deep Dungeons a few years ago, and made a little mistake of resetting my Aetherable weapons with a valid 161 save, and second one is with friends without sub at the moment. I actually held a save slot that had reached floor 101 with a group of friends for over a year, if not nearly 2 years. And the reason was that one of the players didn't have subscription. And sometimes they would come back to the game for a day. So it had this little effect of, well, maybe. I ended up just deleting it. I'm pretty sure they might not even remember that the save exists. And in your case, depending on how long that save that you've been holding on to has sat there, you might be in a similar situation. And I would also say that depending on how far into the run you are, it'll give you more to have that save slot than it matters for your group that you don't have to run it back. Like, I think we had, was it an 8-hour stream? I think it was about 8-hour stream on a Sunday. That back in the most recent Mocktom event shortly before Dawntrail, there was a reward for doing a run of Palace of the Dead. So I rounded up 3 friends and ran the whole thing in one session. A long session, but one session. So if you would really like to have that save, your friends can probably understand. Amaral says, I picked up Red Mage for like a quarter of the A Realm Reborn post patches and did 1 duty on it. Yeah, exactly. But that's exactly it, is that when you're leveling your second job, I think I missed 3 times in a row. When you're leveling your second job, as opposed to your first job, you actually get to play it a lot more, weirdly. JK says I've been a Sprout for 4 years. That is impressive. But the way you keep your Sprout icon is you have to not ever start the current expansion. Hey there, Ruru. Hope you're doing well. A Kai Mansa. The two things I'll speak up about to a Sprout is at level 50 is not having a Jobstone and single target dot on. The not having a Jobstone is extremely understandable. I'm just, like, on the subject of that, I'm very confused by the fact that Final Fantasy XIV has a special restriction where blue mages cannot enter duties, like, without a full pre-made. Why can't they do it so that the classes get the same restriction in duties above level 30? Like, there's no reason for you to be a class in content above level 30. None. That's also fair, Jessic. I was not saying, the problem isn't that we should that we need more save slots. The problem is that you should just clear your save slots. It was just more to say, it would be nice to have more save slots. But what you can do in the moment is what I explained. Simple reason. Gleaming says, I forgot. Correct. You know what would be really helpful to prevent people from ending up in a duty as a class instead of a job? Because they forgot? If the game said no. Like, if the game just said no, then those players would just not. They'd just be like, try to queue, and then the game says no. And like, oh. Okay. Give it till 40. There are 2 side dungeons that you can get before doing Ifrit that are like level 35. That's true, Dawntrail. But you can just like there are other things that are like that where the game basically says no when you could. Also, welcome to the call for the pink, Ragnas. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. If you reach, I don't actually know if that's still a thing. In Endwalker, like late Endwalker, they added a thing where if you were level 60 and you wanted to queue for Alliance Raid Roulette, but you didn't have any of the level 6, but if your gear wasn't good enough for level 60 Alliance Raids, the game would just say no. And if you didn't have the capacity to get that gear, sucks to be you, I guess. And the justification there is, of course, well, if you're level 60 and you don't have access to proper level 60 gear, then you're probably too far ahead of the MSQ, and that's your fault. That's your problem. You should, you know, do the main quest for once. In the same way that if the game says, oh, you can't do the level 35 dungeon without a job crystal, then it would still be a case of, well, Ifrit is a level 20 duty. So if you're looking around at level 35 duty, that's your problem. But I'm just saying that I'm not saying that you should be completely incapable of queuing for, of going into the duties as a class. I'm saying you need a full pre-made to go in as a class. So you can do whatever you want, but you need to do it with a pre-made. You could also do it solo if you want. If they take away my Yashipi given right to cure the class other than a job, I'll get on the forums and complain in Japanese that they're infringing on my playstyle. Wow. Elaine also says that that system already exists. You can't queue in front lines without having the Jobstone equipped. That's also a good point. How did they nerf Rogue in Dawntrail? Now it does less damage than Marauder. How so? Explanation? The main combo that got a potency nerf? Let's take a look at that after this. That is a pretty awkward situation. We can take a look at that after this set, I think. Vince says, where I am right now, I'm 2 expansions higher in level than MSQ at present. Yeah, that can happen. But the difference there, Vince, is that for it to be a problem, that you cannot queue for a duty above level 30 without a job crystal, is only a problem if you sidestep the MSQ, right? Then it's a problem. And while we're on the subject, I'm pretty sure most players will look at someone weird if they're in, like, Cutter's Cry as a class instead of a job. Like, why? Like, why are you doing that? Why are you seeking out optional dungeons instead of getting your job crystal? And the answer is, well, I haven't unlocked the job crystal because I have, sidestepped the MSQ. Then it starts to be like, and why are you doing that? And if they're like, well, I'm doing this funny challenge thing, then it's like, why are you forcing us to deal with the limitations of your challenge? Do it with a pre-made? That's kind of why I'm getting at, you should be able to do it, but only with a pre-made. Then there's, then you can't complain, right? Like, everyone who's in your group has accepted that you're going to be playing a class. I'm pretty sure Small Kai was that too, Vince. I think Small Kai was like level 32 or 33 before unlocking jobs, at least. Something like that. So it is a case of, yes, it's very likely that you will be over-leveled to the point where, like, it's not actually because you don't, like, because you're deliberately avoiding the job crystal that you don't have one. But it's because, like, I'm not saying you can't, like, if you queued for like, Hawk Manor, which starts below level 30, then I don't see a reason to block someone because they are still a class. Because they might legitimately still be a class. You could say, well, if they're level 30, that's what you said. But Hawk Manor is not a level 30 dungeon. Just get a full pre-made and run the entire game together as classes while you're at it. Yes, that would be the most considered way to do it. I'm just saying, you don't have to rope other people into it. Girl says, I think they should lock Alliance Raid Roulette behind, requiring to unlock all raids you have available. I think what Gerald meant, Dawntrail, is Alliance Raids. It wouldn't really make sense to lock Alliance Raids behind. Oh, you also need to unlock normal raids, which are not in the Alliance Raid Roulette. But it's a difficult one. I've actually talked about that particular subject a few times on this channel. Of Alliance Raid Roulette being a little weird, a little awkward. And what do you do about it? The thing is, some players like that that Alliance Raid Roulette is usually just Crystal Tower. Because they don't actually want a challenge. They just want to do something quick that gives them XP and rewards. So they hate it when they're forced into near raids or something. But but if you force everyone to unlock all of the alliance raids they are at level to get, they'll find other ways to circumvent it. I'm not joking, I have heard stories of cases where players would bring like a friend along with a lower level job so that Crystal Tower was the only option. So like if you force players to do it, then the players will find a way to force their way around it. You say that, Pikachu, but I've actually had near raids that went reasonably quickly, relatively speaking, and the common connection there is usually that people actually know the strategy and they don't die all the time. So that is to say, the way that near raids become fast is if everyone got them more frequently, they would know how to do them, and if you knew how to do them, you would get them done faster. And a lot of players will leave when they see a near raid, so they won't even give it a chance. Like we've actually seen the same thing with the Endwalker Alliance raids already. That it was really, really easy, fast and quick. Then Dawntrail comes out, and a few weeks or so after, people start failing to the weirdest things. Because now it's not the people that know how the fight goes that are doing it. Dawntrail says, still would be dumb since I had a Stormblood one take 10 minutes to hard queue into as a tank, meanwhile Endwalker takes a minute or two. There are two simple reasons for both of those things. The Stormblood one doesn't really have that much reason for you to go back to. And a lot of players simply don't have it unlocked. Like what do you need to unlock the Stormblood Alliance raids for? Bozja. If you don't care about Shadowbringers relics or Bozja, then you don't need it. Meanwhile, it was discovered that the Endwalker Alliance raids actually give really good XP. So if the queue time is quick, then it's actually pretty good. So people started doing that. But if people had a requirement or reason to be able to queue for the Stormblood Alliance raid, then it wouldn't take 10 minutes to hard queue into. Like basically what I'm getting at there, Dawntrail, is you saying Stormblood having 10 minutes to hard queue into is like looking at the symptom that we're trying to solve and going, that solution wouldn't work because the original symptom still exists right now. Right? Like, that's what we're trying to fix here. Yazek says, I just miss helping people understand the math bomb mechanic in the Stormblood Alliance raid. Take me out of a Realm Reborn Alliance raid, hell. Then I had this talk during some random dungeon this week, and I managed to explain the mechanic to someone who mentioned it during normal 4-man dungeons. Oh, nice. The thing with for a lot of people is that they don't realize that the number that they have to adjust is their own HP bar. Right, there was something about Marauder. See, 150, 250, 380. Average is 260. Oh, by the way. Oh, look, I actually have Skull Sunder and Butcher's Block. Wow, look at that. Anticipation and Convalescence. Oh, nice. See, I have the Enmity combo still. Wow. And then we go over to Ninja. 180, 260, 340. I mean, it's the same potency, like the same average potency. And Shadowfang! 70-second recast timer, what? I have Joculate. Look, look! We're talking about this earlier. See, that's a vintage interrupt. That's a vintage interrupt. 1 second. It also did damage, so it was rarely used as an interrupt, but it's technically an interrupt. We have also enmity reduction here. Amazing. And Invigorate to restore TP. Ragnar says you use all the classes. Oh, Ragnar, I've taught all the classes. I've guides for every job, remember? I have to know all of them. It's hard to use. Well, there is a really important aspect here that some of you are overlooking when you say that Ninja, or rather Rogue, is weaker than Marauder then. Check this out. Oh wow, Windows 11 paint. Wow, wow. So, Marauder averages 260, right? And Rogue averages 260. Rear car, but only with its if it's from the rear, right? But there's a really let me do it do it like this. Can I actually? Not quite. Let's just do it like this. There's actually also a sort of asterisk to the Marauder. Tank does 20% less damage. Some of you are probably forgetting that when you look at this. It doesn't matter that Marauder's getting a damage boost, because that's not what we were talking about. But that means that that is not what they have. They actually have 208 average potency. 208! Yes, they have at level 50, which is when you'd be a warrior anyway, so balance throws out, like, going out the window. You wouldn't be a Marauder, you wouldn't be a Rogue, so it doesn't matter. You would have a 10% damage bonus from Surging Tempest. And you also have Berserk at level 6, which gives you something in the ballpark of like 70%, 75% more damage for 3 GZDs every minute. And Rogue has a 10% damage effect from Trick Attack, if it can use it, and a 5% bonus from Mug that it can share with the Marauder. But, like, there's something that is being forgotten here. I'm just saying. Let's be fair. Let's be reasonable, right? Hey Frozen, hope you're doing well. Says, what was that TP system back in the days? Basically, physical GZDs cost TP to use. You recovered 60 TP per 3 seconds, just like you recover 200 MP per 3 seconds. You get 120, I believe it was 100 or 120 TP per tick out of combat. But you started each fight with 1,000, and most actions cost somewhere between 40 and like 130, something like that. AoE attacks and certain debuffs cost a huge amount. Like, for instance, Armor the Destroyer, which we talked about earlier, cost like 110. So, it was... By Stormblood, I know at least, because I played at that time, TP was basically the AoE resource. Marauder has overpower. That's a good point, Cat, but... In that case, yes. In that case, Marauder's probably stronger than Rogue on AoE, because Rogue doesn't have any AoE. That's fair. But yeah, basically TP was like an AoE resource when it really came to it. But it was like the physical equivalent to MP. There's a particularly funny thing to it that monks actually had the capacity to, apparently, they had the capacity to run out of TP if they got enough speed buffs from like an Astrologian giving them arrow cards, because arrow cards you use to reduce your GCD. Marauder has 208 potency, but Rogue has 208 potency. Oh. I will say, though, in the defense of the argument that Marauder is better than Rogue, that Rogue is a really, really weird job, or class, because it can't really use Trick Attack by design. And it doesn't really have much else to use. While Marauder has, like... It has, like, a foundation to work with. Like, it has options. A little bit. But part of the reason for that is also that tanks seem to get, like, the foundation of their toolkit super early. You know, there's also a really funny thing with that whole Astrologian during TP era that I feel like people keep overlooking. So, in the TP era, you know, Stormblood and before, the way Astrologian cards worked was a bit different. Each card had a specific functionality, but you could draw one every 30 seconds. In Stormblood, you had various ways you could spend them. Like, you could just toss them and get a Lady or Lord of Crowns, which worked slightly in the same way as they do now. Just that they were single target. So you could basically toss whatever card you had if you didn't want it to get a single target attack or a single target heal. You could also hold a card, which was called the Spread, which means you could just say, oh, that's a nice card, I'm saving that for later, yoink, and then just keep it for when you want to use it. Indefinitely. And you could also use Royal Road, which spent the card in your hand, meaning, again, not your spread card. Like, the spread card is saved, and you can only use it now. You can't turn it into something else anymore. Royal Road turned your card into, like, sacrificed your card and gave your next card an additional effect of some sort, or a boost in a way, which was either that the next card you play is 50% stronger, lasts 100% longer, or is 50% as strong, so half as powerful, but it's raid wide. It's like you basically get 8 of them, but there's only half the power, which is still pretty good. Also, an additional detail is that the cards lasted 30 seconds back then. Just consider that. There was a time where the balance gave 20% more damage output and lasted 30 seconds, if patch notes are to be believed. Basically, you get better No Mercy from the Astrologian, just deciding to give it to you. Because why not? You could also get, like, the way the cards worked was that the balance gave, like, percentage DPS gain, or rather, like, a percentage more damage output. The arrow reduced G to D by a percentage. The spear increased your crit chance. The ewer gave MP recovery. The spire gave TP recovery, making it the most useless of them in most situations. And the bowl gave damage reduction. And the bowl was 20% damage reduction, by the way. 20% damage reduction. Again, Rampart, 30-second duration, so better Rampart was just a card Astrologian had. But because the balance, the arrow, and the spear was there, you wouldn't really want to use the bowl because it was better damage to use the damage cards. So just to add to the Royal Road thing, I believe it was Ewer and Spire that made your card raid wide. I believe it was Arrow and Bowl that made your card last twice as long, and I think it was Balance and Spear that made it more potent. So what you would typically do, based on data that I could find, is that you would specifically hope to find a balance or a spear, preferably a balance because they were more universally helpful, but either one could work. And you would put that in your spread, so you could play it when you have finished your OW setup. Then you would also aim to find a Spire or an Ewer, specifically so that you could Royal Road it to make it raid wide. And then you would try to draw an additional balance or spear. Just an extra one. And then, when you had that, you were ready to go kaboom. Because you would play your balance or spear as a raid wide, and then play your other buff card, like your other damage card, on the strongest DPS. Or whichever DPS would benefit from it the most. Incidentally, Bards back then scaled insanely well with crit rate, so if you happen to have like a solo spear card, not be bad to put that on the Bard. And for the more observant among you, you will probably realize that basically the way Astrologian worked was that you basically produced the exact effect of divination, the buff that they have now. You just built it, like you just Frankensteined divination. So in Shadowbringers, when they reworked all the cards to be damage cards and just made it so that when you played the card, you got seals that would empower divination, they basically said, you know what, all of your cards are damage cards because those are the only cards you want anyway, isn't it? But you still build towards divination, so the end result is the same. And then in Endwalker, they realized that it sucked when you were unlucky and couldn't build divination in like consistently, so they made it work differently and gave you the Astrodyne effect and just made divination a boring old damage buff. And then in Dawntrail, they decided not even that was good enough. Oh yeah, also, it gets even crazier, Jazik. Gets even crazier because in Stormblood and Heavensward, I believe, Astrologian had not one, but two. Oh, joke's on you. This is not a weapon skill or a spell. I'm silenced and pacified. But it's okay, I'm just high-fiving. Don't worry about it. They had two abilities that made this even crazier. They had time dilation, which you can already hear on the name that this is going to get crazy. And then they had celestial opposition, weirdly, but it didn't do what you think it does. Time dilation increased the duration of all buffs applied by you to your target by, I can't remember if it was 10 or 15 seconds, but not super important. The point is that it increased the duration of the buff that you put on the single like the single person, like the bard with the spear buff. And celestial opposition stunned all enemies near you for 4 seconds as an OGCD. And increased the duration of all buffs on party members that you applied by 10 seconds. So you use your Frankenstein divination. Oh, another rage. You use your Frankenstein divination and your OG 30-second duration spear card or whatever on the best DPS who gets, like, remember, the AoE card was half as strong. And then you use time dilation on the single DPS, so like their buff is now 45 seconds instead of 30. And then you use celestial opposition to make that one, like the prime DPS have a 55-second duration buff, and everyone else gets a 40-second buff. But it took, you know, several minutes of setting that up before you had it. And on the one hand, the fact that you had to build up to that for so long sounds possibly ridiculous in retrospect, but I can see how, when I'm explaining it, that it really makes it feel like you're building to something, right? Like, as it stands now, the way that Astrologian plays is that, you know, you have all your defensive cooldowns, but offensively, you just, every 2 minutes, you just go blah, 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 crazy, like, just John Madden, just blah, and then you're done. And then you just malefic for 2 minutes. Back then, every 30 seconds, you had, like, maybe not the most involved decision-making, but you had, like, every 30 seconds, you got a card, and you'd be like, what am I going to do with this card? What do I want to do with this card? What is the most effective thing I can do with this card? And then you do that thing with that card. And that adds a little something. And depending on how good your decision making was, you could get a better result. And some part of the decision making was also risk taking, because you could draw an arrow. Like, you might end up like the last card you needed to set up your mega explosion burst trick. It happens you draw an arrow instead of a spear or a balance. Do you just let it rip? Do you just throw it out there as it is? Or do you oh, I should have raged that guy. Oh well. Or do you turn that into a Lord or Lady of Crowns and try again the next 30 seconds? Like, that was legitimately some level of decision-making every 30 seconds. And yeah, you're still making decisions with the defensive cards. I will say that some players have said that it doesn't feel like that much decision-making because the defensive cards are almost like it goes in the square hole, right? Who do you give the damage reduction card? It's probably the tank. Who do you give this single target barrier to? It's probably the tank. Who do you give this rather potent heal over time effect to? Probably a lot of the time it's the tank. And who do you give this single target healing bonus to? It's usually the tank. It's unlikely it's someone else. There are cases where it's someone else, but it's so rare that it's like, I could understand that if I said that these defensive cards add a lot to the decision making that someone will say, not really. Like, in the specific instance where it would have been better that I put the barrier card on someone other than the tank, I can just use something else. I can just give them Celestial Intersection. It's about the same. It really doesn't matter. Hey, Artesh and Zachary, hope you're doing well. Zachary, hope you're doing well. The melee using blood for blood. If only blood for blood still existed, huh? Now, when both tanks are taking damage, that could be interesting. That's true. If both tanks are taking, like, consistent damage, then there's slightly more decision-making, but I guess it, like, for some, it just boils down to, well, I give one tank one card and the other card. But if you put the arrow, which is the healing increasing card, on one tank and then give the other tank the other thing, then it's kind of wasteful, right? You need to put something that actually heals on the arrow card receiving player. Otherwise, it's just nothing. Unless, of course, you put the arrow on a warrior or a paladin in the middle of them healing themselves. Just channel cards to the one without card. Yeah, exactly. You get it, Artish. There's no decision making there. Just put the cards on the one that isn't getting as much help. Bam, solved. The sage is focused on the other guy. I'll focus on that guy. Easy game. Oh, that's unfortunate, Yazek. What you can do is that the setting where you can rewind the stream should be on. If you'd like. But this long story short is that Astrologian used to have buff duration increasing options. To be specific, time dilation was a single target, I believe 15-second duration increasing effect. So you just used it on someone who had your buffs, and you use it on them, and then the buffs you applied to them would be 15 seconds longer. And Celestial Opposition was a 4-second AoE stun that also increased the duration of all buffs applied by you to everyone by 10 seconds. So in the optimal situation, you playing all those cards that are all effects, which meant that you could also put Aspect at Benefic on the tank and then use Time Dilation to increase that. But it meant that once you had done your whole setup, the single target card you played, you could make sure lasted 55 seconds, and the AoE card you played would last 40. Consider a 40-second burst window. Yeah, Zig says, too bad I wasn't that high level Astrologian during Stormblood. That would be fun. See, actually, I can't remember if I had max level, but I had high level Astrologian in Stormblood. And my experience was like, because here's the thing, I've always been a tank main, like, before Final Fantasy XIV. So I see 30-second 20% damage reduction and the possibility to make it 30% or 1 minute and go, that's amazingly good. I should do that. And then, like, the person next to me is like, no, idiot, get the damage buffs. So, like, sometimes it has this effect where it's like, yeah, it would have been nice if you had been there to experience it, but it would also remove some of the glamour of what it was. Because it was perhaps more interesting when we think about it than what it might have been. I'm not sure. It's been so long that I feel like any positive spin I put on it, I should be careful to not make it too positive, because that might be just, you know, thinking back, it sounds better than it was. And any negative I put to it might be exaggerated as well. JK is very rare, but sometimes there's a slight pause in the stream. Just notice the pin message. Is that a new thing? Has that been the case on previous streams? Has anyone else noticed this? I'm not interrogating you, JK. I'm trying to figure out if it, like, if it's it's been there on previous streams. It might be a YouTube thing. Could be a YouTube thing. It could be a personal latency thing. It could be my my connection to YouTube dropping for a moment. But if it isn't major, then okay. Thank you for letting me know. But it's good to know. Especially knowing that it also was a thing on the with the previous setup. Then I at least know that that can just be a YouTube thing if someone else points it out in the future. I'd say just I wish Blue Mage got that black hole thing from the Chrysalis. That mega extends you, but that would be insane. 9tail, I think it was 9tails? Yeah, 9tail says, how many redesigns have there been which made the job feel or perform worse afterwards? That's really hard to say, because a lot of the time, even if the rework of a job has been good, it will be, like, the amount of good it might have will almost always be completely drowned out by the people mad that the job was changed at all. So, like, that's really, really hard to say. But if we talk about... It's also really hard to talk about reworks, because some jobs have received, like, not full reworks. So it's not the same. And other jobs have received full, like, mega reworks, and how much is good enough that it counts? I don't know, Pikachu. Here's the thing, I did the Dawntrail MSQ as Black Mage. I did it on stream, so, like, you can just check it if you don't believe me. And I think it was fine. I think it was fine. Like, sure, it could be, like, it would, like, it, like, a job can always use more things, but I thought it worked fine. And yeah, at low level, I also said, with the rework, Umbral Soul should have been level 15, in my opinion. It should have been level 15. It should just be, like, low enough that, like, you have it when you get into content where it matters. So when they moved it to 35, I looked at it and thought it should have been 15. And I said that in Endwalker, that it should have been 15. I still think so. And that was before they reworked it. I still said it should have been 15. Zachary says, I was wondering how was received the removal of build items? Well, builds were invisible items. All other item slots were visible on the character, but belts were not. So they were like more stat sticks than an earring. And when they removed belts, they moved the stats to other item pieces. Hey Tracy, I hope you're doing well. It's been a long time. A friend's rating stream slowed right down the other night. Oh yeah, I have also had that happen sometimes, that my streams just suddenly, like, just face plant for a bit. I've kind of concluded that it might very well be a YouTube thing. Because I've tried to fix it. So maybe there's not much they can do. Right, the belt thing. When they removed belts, they moved the stats to other to other gear pieces. And they moved the inventory space to rings and... Whoops, I didn't need to do that. Rings and weapons, primarily. So there were, like, the players didn't, as far as I know, they didn't really care. It was just, oh. So thank you so much for celebrating. Oh, that's almost 2 years. It's part of the Cult of the Pink, Tracy. Thank you so much. It's amazing. Wow. And that's exactly right, Dawntrail. That when a job gets reworked, if you really liked however it was before, then you would probably be better at how it was before. And then it doesn't matter what it was turned into. You'll dislike it. Like, here's the thing. I have a feeling that most players will say that Dragoon didn't really get changed in Dawntrail. Like, the rework was minor. But if you ask a Dragoon main, there's a very high chance they will either say, I love the change, or I hate the change. And why would they hate it? Well, it makes some things that had a purpose no longer have a purpose. For instance, Mirage Dive is just an attack now. It used to be what drives part of the rotation because it gave the resources needed to get Life of the Dragon. It's the same as with Monk, where before there was a reason why your rotation played out the way it did. Now, it just kinda is. It's just like that. And the game sort of tells you what to do. I made a video on it a while back called That Hollow Feeling, which is specifically about this feeling of something missing. But the thing is, if you didn't care, then it'll seem like the players complaining that the job was made a little less complicated are just whining for no reason. But it's a lot easier to understand if you know what is missing, right? I was wondering. I feel like the Godmother never did that before. It's just, I think it's because I haven't been using Lust. Ow. When reprisal isn't 15 seconds, that is pretty funny. And that happens. The lower levels. Was my personal best in Palace of the Dead? I think it was floor 193. Speaking of which, Yazek, you know what I feel is really weird with Pictomancer? I've said this since, like, the release of Pictomancer, pretty much. But it feels like they have 3 redundant buttons. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that feels that way. It's like, why are these 2 separate buttons? Why are these 2 separate buttons? And most importantly, why are these 2 separate buttons? Isn't reprisal 10 seconds? It is 10 seconds until you get the trait Enhanced Reprisal, which makes it 15 seconds. The argument people usually come up with is that if you didn't have these 3, like if you didn't have these 3 buttons and it was just this, then Pictomancer would have way too few buttons. Why is Hammer 3 separate buttons? That I can explain. If check this out, Yannick. We'll do another 10 floors in a bit, but check this out. If Hammer Motif and Steel Muse was the same button, then you wouldn't be able to see how many charges and what the cooldown is on Steel Muse when you haven't painted it yet. So you would just be left in the dark, just, I don't know if it's coming up soon, should I paint it now or later? You wouldn't know. It would be really hard to plan around because you wouldn't be able to see the cooldown. And if you're saying just have the cooldown visible on it, that is, based on the way the game is designed, not possible. Like, there's no button that works like that currently, where it shows the cooldown of something else than itself. Unless it's a macro that just shows the icon of something else, but does something of, like, it shows the icon of one action but uses a different action, but that would be confusing. If Steel Muse and Hammer Stamp was the same button, then yeah, sure, there's no situation where you would be close to having 2 charges on Steel Muse while Hammer Stamp is usable. I feel like those 2 could probably be combined just fine. Like, that could probably be, because you only have 30 seconds to spend the Hammer Stamp combo. So that one is fine, but Hammer Motif and Steel Muse kind of have to be separate buttons so you can see the cooldown. It's the same thing with, you know, Living Motif and Living Muse, that you need to have them separate so that you can see the cooldown. Same with Starry Sky and Scenic Muse. Like, there is an explanation. And it sort of goes hand in hand with how other jobs work. Why is Red Mage's single target melee combo 3 buttons though? That is an excellent question. For the same reason that many melee jobs have separate buttons. Here's a fun fact. I have covered this a while back in weird job optimizations. Technically, Zwerchao times 3 gives you the magic burst of your melee combo for 45 mana instead of 50. It also does like a third, or between a third and half the damage of doing the 1-2-3 combo properly. It also takes 0.7 seconds less because Redoublement takes 0.7 seconds longer to do. Which means that if you're in the very specific situation of you have enough mana to use Zwerchao 3 times, and then use the magic burst, but the fight is going to end before you could generate 50 of both mana types, then this is a way to optimize. Zachary says Moulinet is 1 button though. Moulinet used to be 1 attack. As in, this and this was added in Dawntrail. These didn't exist. It used to be just 1 attack. I don't know why that suddenly justifies that the Moulinet combo is one button, while it doesn't justify the single target being one button. But I'm just saying that just like certain melee DPS jobs may have weird and wacky reasons to do their combos in a weird way, like paladins going 1-2, 1-2 to generate MP faster. Red Mage has that too, so removing that and sandwiching these into one button would remove a little bit of flexibility on the job. An extremely niche amount of flexibility that probably doesn't matter. But it would be removed, and I mean, Red Mage doesn't need to remove that. Like, they don't need to have that change. So I think that's why. And yeah, they added two new. You know, actually, cursed information for y'all. Are you ready? Are you ready for cursed fun facts with Caetsu Chaiji? Oh yeah, rainbow music again. You ready for cursed fun facts with Caetsu Chaiji? Moulinet strikes 2 times with the rapier, like swipe. Moulinet 2 also strikes twice with the rapier, like swipe. Moulinet 3, the third one, strikes 3 times. So why does the first step strike twice? Go ahead, go to striking dummy and try it. Ophir says because it looks better, I guess. I think, actually, Ophir, that the explanation is that Moulinet already swung twice. And they couldn't be bothered to rework that animation. They just, like, made it fancier for the second and third strike. That's my explanation. Still does single damage number. True, Artish. How many actions do we have in Final Fantasy XIV that produces more than 1 damage number? Whitetail says, do healers have to do DPS in Final Fantasy XIV? Let's just say that it's expected that you do. Have to. Technically not in casual content, but let's just say that if you don't, you're deliberately not playing optimally. Like you're essentially deliberately slacking, is what it's considered as. So I suppose the strictest answer to your question is yes. Hey Ace, hope you're doing well. Dawntrail says only the first spell and the 4 spells require the blue buff on Paladin. No, it doesn't. Confiteor does not require that you have Requiescat to use it. Requiescat gives you Confiteor ready and Requiescat. Yeah, amongst non-limited combat jobs, meaning not Blue Mage, Ninja has Dream Within a Dream. All other multi-hit attacks are dots, as far as I know. You know what's even weirder about that? Dark Knight's Carve and Spit is from Heaven's Ward, which is an attack that describes as hitting with a 3-fold attack that does X potency. Whereas Ninja's Dream Within a Dream describes an attack that is a 3-fold hit that does X potency each. The each is what makes the difference. You know what's even weirder? The exact potency of Dream Within a Dream combined is exactly the same as Carbon Spit. Isn't that weird? So Carbon Spit is... Oh, nice. Perfect. Right next to me. Alright. I found it, guys. I found the horde. Yeah. Carbon Spit is exactly 3 times the potency of Dream Within a Dream. But it hits only 1 damage number. Whereas Dream Within a Dream hits 3 for some reason. What does Carbon Spit describe as a 3-fold attack then, though? Because it's describing what the attack looks like. It does like the swing, swing, swing. It's 3 swipes. The weird part is that most tooltips in Final Fantasy XIV don't actually describe the method at which the damage is delivered, right? So it's really weird that Carbon Spit is like, when you deliver a 3-fold attack, that doesn't matter, it's only 1 damage number. And Dream Within a Dream is like, delivers a 3-fold attack, and that means the following. It's required to describe the looks of the attack because the essence of Dark Knight is fashion. Yeah, exactly, Sally. That was the same experience that I had. Is that I looked at it and was like, so does that mean that it hits 3 times the number it says? And then you use it and you're like, huh. Maybe they intended it to hit 3 times, but changed their mind and forgot. That's possible. Here's another interesting detail, then. That might add a little bit more to it. Originally, at least in Stormblood, they might have changed the potencies from Heavensward to Stormblood, but in Stormblood, the way Carbon Spit worked was that it did an astounding 100 potency. And recovered MP. But if you had the effect Dark Arts, which was an OGSD you could use to spend MP to empower your next action that could spend Dark Arts, then Carbon Spit would not generate MP, but it would do 450 potency instead. That matters because that was the most effective conversion of Dark Arts into damage. Because most attacks that could spend Dark Arts gave you like 160 potency for it. So Carbon Spit gave you 350. And you lost some potential MP gains, I suppose. But who cares, right? Damage. But if it did 3 swings, then it would be really awkward for it to do 100 potency. Because how much potency do those 3 swings do then? 33.3? So I guess they might have just gone, well, does it matter? And just said 100, 450. Now Carbon Spit does 3 things, so it sort of works. That is true. It does 1 attack, 1 MP recovery, and 1 HP recovery. That is an interesting point. It reminds me of Tri Disaster on Summoner. Which strangely, if I remember correctly, initially Tri Disaster. No wait, that was Tri Bind. And then Tri Bind, and then you got Tri Disaster. Originally, I believe Tri Disaster, it became an OGCD, which applied 3 debuffs to your target. At least in Stormblood, the way Tri Disaster worked was it applied both of your dots to your target, that's 2, and then it applied an additional debuff that made your target take extra damage from Ruin. Which is 3 disasters, right? Technically. You count them. 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 debuff. There you go. Tri Disaster. Then they removed, I believe it was in Shadowbringers, they removed the debuff that makes Ruin do more damage. For some reason. And they replaced that debuff with actual damage. So Tri Disaster just, you know, basically did the damage that you were supposed to gain from using Ruin on the target. That's still 3 disasters, right? You get a dot, and you get smacked in the face. There you go. 3 disasters, I guess. They removed it in 5.1. Fair enough. That's still Shadowbringers, though. Nowadays, Tri Disaster is just... Well, it produces these 3 spheres that circle the target and make lightning. The damage got nerfed 2 patches later. I remember that! I remember that! Because I was maining Summoner at the time. I remember that Summoner was at the top of FF logs. Right up at the top. With Samurai, I believe, like, right on their heels. But Summoner is ranged, has utility at all, so it has utility advantages over Samurai, so that's not fair. And then we were basically warned that Summoner was getting nerfed, and the Summoner mains basically were like, the sky is falling. Like, they're acting like the sky is falling. And if I remember correctly, Tri Disaster was nerfed by, like, was it 100 potency? Or was it 50? If you have the numbers there, silly. And for those that didn't play back then, in Shadowbringers, a Summoner would expect to use Tri Disaster approximately 3 times in a 2-minute window. The potency was cut in half. How much was it? Like, what was it? 300 to 150. Okay, so in a 2-minute cycle, Summoners would lose 450 potency. I remember I sat down and ran the numbers and estimated that Summoners lost something in the ballpark of under 1% DPS from that nerf. Again, the Summoners were acting like the sky is falling. But when the, you know, the logs had stabilized, Summoner was below Samurai. Maybe a little bit below that, but Summoner was fine. It was fine. It was like 150 potency nerf on an attack you get 3 times in a 2-minute cycle. The sky is falling. Summoner has never recovered from the changes. The sky did fall. I mean... As I understand, the sky fell several patches later, Perrin, so... Perrin says the majority of Summoner feedback is why do you still play this class? That's not feedback, Perrin. You'd say this, say the nerf was a disaster. Yeah, 3 of them even. Yeah, Gazel, that was what Sally said. Ruination was removed in 5.1, and the damage nerf was 2 patches later. But I could see that from the kind of playstyle that Summoner has, I would say that I could imagine that a portion of the players that main it would either be players that don't really care, like it's fine, like it's a very, very good casual job. It's a very good casual job. And the players that wanted to be more than that probably wanted to be a lot more than that. Wasn't Summoner still good in the start of Endwalker? I don't actually know. I think I was focused on a few other things at the start. Well, see, the thing is, Zachary, is that Summoner is somewhat considered very, very simple. And its damage performance is considered, by some, too low. At max level. Specifically at max level in hard content, right? Everywhere else doesn't really matter. Because the thing is, relatively speaking, it's perfectly fine. Changes your rotation a lot as a result, I guess? Not really. Let me put it like this, Zachary. If they, for example, added 100 potency to Ruby Right on Summoner. Just added one, like, no other changes. They just made Ruby Right, which is a spell you can use twice after Ifrit. They just added 100 potency to it, right? What it would change is that it might make it so that summoners would use Ifrit during their burst. But that's it. The rest of the rotation is basically unchanged. Because, like, it doesn't have anything better to do. Like, once it has used those Ruby Rights, it's like, well, I'll go back to using the other good things I have. If they buffed Titan Topaz Right by 100 potency, it would just change nothing. And the only thing they could change that would actually, like, aside from adding new actions, if they buffed the potency of regular old Dusty Ruin 3, then you might actually see players start to use Ruin 3 over something else. But that's like, I mean, that would be similar to being like, oh yeah, if you buffed Dragon Kick enough, then monks would start spamming Dragon Kick again for no reason. If it's strong enough, then people use it. Peaches says, what in your opinion is the best DPS job for a healer main? I'm trying to be more versatile for my group. Actually, yes, Summoner, Red Mage might be good as well. Because, like, those two are DPS that are, like, they come with some support buttons. Like, actually, like, resing and stuff like that. Zarian says, funny thing is Summoner's not the lowest in most raids. That actually, some of you may have watched my somewhat recent video on the concept of balance in Final Fantasy XIV, where I pointed out that if all DPS jobs did the same damage and had the same utility, then you would pick the easiest job. Exactly. Summoner is generally considered incredibly easy to pick up, so it's very likely that a decent summoner is more common than a decent black mage, and a decent summoner will beat a bad black mage. Caitlin says warriors shouldn't die, right? What's the context, Caitlin? Bottom's metal. Oh, Bottom's metal is pretty tough. If the warrior was in appropriate gear for Bottom's metal, and they pulled really big. For instance, the first AoE pull in Bottom's metal, warrior can easily die. Like, actually, I did my whole solo challenge stream series, which is what's on the channel, so if you want to see it. Bottom's metal is one of the dungeons where I couldn't just do a Giga pull and pull everything once I had raw intuition. Because the Giga pull right at the start it just decimates the tank because there's ranged mobs shooting at you. So if you're not prepared for it, it can be really hard. It's really about, you really need to optimize your cooldowns in those. And if your healer isn't good, then you'll die between raw intuition. Like, something that people forget is that they act like warriors immortal because they have a button that makes them nigh immortal. Thank you, Erdl. But let's not forget, in Bottom's metal, your immortality button makes you immortal for 6 seconds. And then you're a regular old tank for 19 seconds. So if your healer's just not helping you in those 19 seconds, then you need to be extremely on point with your cooldown usage, or you will just die. And sometimes healers will actually heal way less when their tank is a warrior, because they just assume that the warrior's immortal. And then they'll have, like, surprise Pikachu face when the warrior dies because the healer didn't do anything. Yet Bottom's metal is hard, so don't worry about it. Just, you know, keep practicing, Caitlin. And those birds after the first boss as well, that's true. The benefit there is that those birds are just before a boss where you can't use anything anyway, so you can just go completely crazy using every single cooldown you have. And it won't matter, because the boss that comes afterwards, you won't need anything for. What's this? Flight. Yeah. Hey Shaq, I hope you're doing well. Wink. Ninetail says, Kai, in lots of your mentor-related videos you comment when a warrior can solo duty synced. Maybe it's time you only comment when a warrior can't. That's the thing, Ninetails, is that if I only do that, then it'll just be weird. Because it's like, why do you keep mentioning that? And it also would mean that I don't mention it very much. Some people actually find it very entertaining that I mention it. It's like, the thing is, it started as a joke. And then it stayed as a joke. And when I mean joke, it's not as in I was kidding when I said that it could be done. It was more that I mentioned it because it was funny that it was possible. It also started as a little bit of awareness. Like, are we all aware of how insanely busted Warrior is? It can solo nearly all dungeons. But I also stopped saying, did you know that Warrior can solo zone? So I recently tried to make it a little more, like, part of the sentence. Like, Pally has some that are easier to do with than Warrior. Like, which ones, Dawntrail? Which dungeon exists where Paladin has an easier time to solo than Warrior? And why would RNG be a factor? Warrior is actually the tank that relies the least on RNG. The Stormblood ones. Why? The level 70 ones. Which ones? You have to be more specific. I'm pretty sure I soloed every single one of them. With Warrior. And aside from Alamigo, which I believe is technically a level 69 dungeon, I don't believe I had major issues with them. Oh, right. The Gimlet Dark is actually really hard to solo. Gimlet Dark and Alamigo is a crazy DPS check. The bosses can crit a lot, and Paladin got a very consistent heal. Let's just say, Dawntrail, that Warrior has more consistent healing in that level range. I can kind of show you what I mean after this. Oh, we can already leave. Might as well. Alamigo doesn't have a DPS check, though. Yes, it does. Do you have the strength? The power to transcend? Splat. You straight up die if you didn't deal with the blades fast enough. The Xenos fight in Alamigo. He throws down 3 katanas. You have to break all 3 before he powers up. Or you die. He forgot to bring strength potions. Ah, yeah, then he can't though. Then he can't beat it. I was synced down and I needed to get lucky. Excuse me, Nibeth. When do you summon your second pair of ads? Is it now? Did I mix it up? I thought for some reason Alamigo was a level 69 dungeon. Is that level 70? My bad. I mean, the level 69 dungeon is also a problem, but I guess a little less. I would say it's a problem in a different way. You had to switch to Paladin to get through Castlevania? I don't know what to say, Gerald. I did it with Warrior. I did it with Warrior. I believe there was something about Hallowed Ground making it easier in a specific section. But it's possible with Warrior. And I'm also just reiterating, I did it with Warrior. And that's correct, Silly. I used Sync Down gear, which is why it's a little bit of a different story. The difference is going to be amount of determination, amount of tenacity, amount of crit. But the HP will be the same, approximately. Close to, anyway. Hey Pizza, hope you're doing well. It's an optimal way to stagger bard songs like there is for standard. dance a technical step? Yes. What? Clemency is really good to top yourself off between the two vuln stack markers. Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Yeah. Yep. In that case, let me try to explain what I'm trying to get at here. The cases where it matters that a different tank is better than warrior are so few and far between that that it's difficult to say whether it actually really matters. Exactly, Cat. Exactly. And the thing is, if you're going, maybe mention it when a different job is better at soloing a duty than a warrior. I wouldn't do that unless I had proof, which means that I would have to be the one doing it. That's also the reason why I mentioned that Scholar can solo Keep of the Lake and Aurum Vale when it comes up. Because I did it with Scholar. Synced. That is, I mean, if Raw Intuition still gave health based on damage dealt, sure, I guess. I'd still assume Fellkeep or Decimate would heal for more, though. Just a quick correction there. Raw Intuition never healed based on damage done. Just a quick correction there. Nascent Flash healed based on damage done in Shadowbringers. And then in Endwalker, they changed how Nascent Flash works and added the effect to Raw Intuition. And if Raw Intuition, I believe Nascent Flash back then was about 25% lifesteal, I think, something like that. So if we take that, check that for a second. Raw Intuition right now is 400 cure potency, and it can crit, by the way. It can crit. You can also force it to crit, but just not at level 70, because it relies on an interaction that is available from Chaotic Cyclone, Primal Rend, and Primal Ruination, and Inner Chaos. So, not at 70. But it's 400 cure potency. Fell Cleave at max level, because it's like 520 at, I think, level 70. At max level, 25% of Fell Cleave would be like, you know, about 150 potency equivalent. And you could crit it, you could direct crit it, and then it's closer to 300, but it'd still be less. The way that people made Nascent Flash heal for a stupid amount in Shadowbringers was by overlapping it with things like Inner Chaos, which hits for an absolutely mind-boggling amount. And then it starts to matter and make a difference. But yeah, my point is that the cases where Paladin can do something that Warrior cannot in terms of soloing content, it's often something really specific. And it might be something that I just don't know. And if I started only mentioning when a duty cannot be soloed by a warrior, can you imagine how much I would mention it? Oh yeah, Shiva Extreme. By the way, did you know that warrior can't solo this? Ah, Leviathan Extreme. By the way, did you know that warrior can't? Actually, no tank can solo this. Every extreme, every savage duty I'd ever see, I wouldn't see any in Mentor Roulette, but if I did. Earthfound, did you know that a warrior can't solo this? Synced? And if I only mentioned it when it wasn't possible, then I would have to mention it on every duty where I didn't know. So that's why I mention it when I know. And part of it is also that you may notice that when I say, did you know that warrior can solo so-and-so at, like, synced? You'll find if you have the setting on, because I know you can turn it off, if you have the setting on, you'll see, like, the iCard in the top right of the YouTube video pop up, like, and then show, like, solo challenge, exactly the duty that I'm talking about. And you just click that, and then it'll show you to the stream where I did it. If I started talking about jobs that I haven't done it on, then it would just be like, I don't have any evidence. Does warrior finishing last 5% off Zerban Extreme counter soloing? No. That's not good enough. Also, hey Coco, hope you're doing well. But yeah, I, like, below level 56, there's the whole stream series. Linking to videos, but that's my job. Well, you can't do it in the middle of a video, so I'll have to do it. Below raw intuition, I actually got a lot more creative with what jobs I picked. Like, Sastasha I did with Scholar. Tamtara I did with Scholar. Copperbell Mines I did with Gunbreaker. Alatali I think I also did with Gunbreaker. Thousand Moors I'm pretty sure I did with Dark Knight. Hawk Manor I did with Dark Knight. Brave Flux. Oh yeah, I remember that one was so... Like, I found that so difficult that I ended up not being able to do it, but I did come back around, and I think I did it with Warrior. I also remember doing Kotter's Cry with Scholar. By the way, Scholar is really, really stupid in Kotter's Cry, because that's the level where you have Ruin 2. I specifically remember that the final boss took so long that I ran out of MP. Just spamming Ruin 2 and running in circles. So I ended up reaching a point where I had to switch to Ruin 1 just to, like, be able to keep attacking. I believe I did Stone Vigil with... I think I did it with Warrior. Part of the reason why I did some of them with Dark Knight instead of Warrior was because my estimate suggested that Dark Knight, because Soul Eater heals for slightly more than Storm's Path, and Dark Knight does not have Inner Beast, Dark Knight had slightly better capacity to heal, but then I did like a recalculation based on someone's suggestion and saw that, well, with Thrill of Battle, all things considered, Warrior had at least the same healing potential. And then we tried Warrior and it went well. Zmail Darkhold I ultimately ended up soloing with Scholar as well. Orm Vale I did with Scholar. And for the level 50 content I actually skipped over a lot, because there's too much. There's just way too much. But I do recall soloing Keep of the Lake with Scholar. Nice one, Yannick. Congratulations. Zachary says you can prove something exists, but not that something doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the problem, is that if I had to call out the duties where Warrior can't solo it, it kind of comes with the implication that if I don't say anything, then Warrior can solo it, but I might not know. Would you ever go back to the content you skipped over for the solo series? I actually don't remember which ones I didn't do, so I'd have to like go through the entire list and find which ones I hadn't done. But I actually did go back for some of them. There was a solo chat, like if you go into the solo challenge stream series, I believe the last or second to last was the one where I went back and did Brave Flux Longstop and Zmail Darkhold. And Castrum Urbania. Now, the reason why I had to come back for Castrum Urbania is because I beat the second boss, but it took so long that I didn't have enough time to figure out the final boss before I timed out. And when I came back, the way we went about it is that we just like had a light party to run me to the final boss so that we could see if it was doable. Stone Vigil Hard is just, well, no, because that's Stupid Turtle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not beatable solo. That's also a key thing, is that when I did my solo challenge, I would skip over duties if I didn't believe it was possible. Which was also the reason why I initially skipped over Balthazar's Wall. I actually also went back for that one, but because it took too many tries to beat the second boss, I timed out during the final boss. But I timed out at a point where it was basically like, there's no way I would lose, so there was no, like, there wasn't really anything to prove by going back. It was soloable. It's just, like, similar to Castrum Urbania, it's stupidly hard because it's like some level of luck. And I can't remember if it was Cat or Ham, or it was both. I'm pretty sure it was Cat who figured out how to solo Balthazar's Wall with Warrior on account of that. I'm pretty sure it was Cat. But the thing is, as far as I know, the solo challenge, like the ones that make a character for the sake of soloing the game, I'm pretty sure that Balthazar's Wall is among the duties where they just go, just unsync it, man. It's too hard. Which I agree with. Like, the thing is, doing such a challenge, a large part of it is doing it in a way that you find fun. Sure, if you put some rules out and you have people, like, invested in it, it's a little unfair if you just make the decision that, oh no, I'm just gonna skip that one. But I skipped it originally because I knew the final boss had a chain that stun-locked a person until they die, or until the chain is broken, and a solo player can't deal with that. But then I was told much later that, oh, no, actually he doesn't use it if you're the only player. Which meant that it was now possible. But the real problem was the second boss. Dawntrail says, I mentioned coils and mentor because at least then Sprouts get the story, but boy are some of those mechanics a pain in even a decent group. Yeah, that's the problem. Is that, as Zav says, in A Realm Reborn, the concept of Savage didn't exist, so there was just raid or not raid. So if they added coils to Mentor Roulette, then while they're at it, they might as well just go and, well, add all of these. And all of these. And all of these. And all of these. And that's just not happening. Like, it's just not happening. Like, we actually talked about that, I think, a couple of weeks ago. The idea of the new Chaotic Alliance raid. And what if that one ended up in Mentor Roulette? Wouldn't that be funny? But it's way too hard for Mentor Roulette. Like, the thing is, yes, there are extremes in Mentor Roulette, and sure, some of them are like these, for instance, are all beatable in a single session in that hour you get if everyone is on the same page and are prepared. I would say that if you have a solid group, like, actually, if you have a group that just sort of listens, then this one is doable, this one is doable. But when you go past that, you kinda need the group to know what they're like. The players in your group, the Sprouts in your group, need to be actually good at the game to beat these. And you go even further beyond that, sure, I have done Pool of Tribute Extreme, first pull, insta-clear. I have done that, and I've done Great Hunt a lot of times, but the rest of them are too hard for a single pull. There's too much to learn in 1 hour. And that's just universally true once you go past up to Shadowbringers and Endwalker. It's too hard. And those are generally easier than Savage. Zav says, I've guided groups through Nidhogg Extreme. It might take an hour though. Yeah, exactly. I've done that too. I've fought through it in Mentor Roulette. And succeeded. But it requires that the majority of the party knows what they're doing. You could probably say hit Rill if she's glowing dark purple for Lakshmi and be okay. Maybe. Yeah, exactly, maybe. Let me give a little... this is perhaps a little bit of a teaser for a future mentor roulette video. Yesterday, I was in Ramu Extreme, and it took like 6 pulls before one of the tanks understood what I meant by take 3 orbs. And it took like an additional 4 or 5 pulls or so. And yeah, you can probably imagine we wiped quickly. That's probably a great exaggeration. It's probably more like 3 pulls and then 3 pulls, but it felt like more. Before they understood that when I said grab 3 orbs, I meant immediately. Not when you feel like it. Now, the problem there was that the other tank kind of understood the concept of grab 3 orbs, but they didn't speak English. And they didn't understand you grab the orbs when the first tank needs a tank switch. So many pulls were goofed up at the outset because both tanks got 2 orbs each. And then there were no more orbs. And yeah, Guzzle, I'm not even joking. When trying to explain to the second tank, I actually had to explain that. Because at one point they said I did grab 3 orbs, but then I got feared. And what I saw on my screen was them running up to and looking at an orb, then ran up to and looked at another orb, and then ran up to and looked at a third orb, and then they got feared. Like, you didn't collect them though. Dawntrail says, I do wonder why they require the Stormblood plus ones then if it's just not reasonable teaching in an hour. Because, Dawntrail, Mentor Roulette is not about teaching the Sprouts. That's not what it's about. It's about helping them. Helping the other players. And mentors are not supposed to teach everything. Like, if you queue for a duty like that, you're expected to have done your homework, honestly. You're not, like, it's not expected that you just go in and then a mentor's there to explain it to you. Exactly, as Zav says, it's about filling groups. It just so happens that the mentors are willing to help. Because it's a benefit to them, for the most part. But you're not supposed to rely on the mentors to explain it to you. You're supposed to know it yourself. You're supposed to have done your homework. And the mentors are supposed to be good role models, so they show up prepared, and if they're not prepared, then they'll show you how to prepare right now. So, you know, I don't know why they put those super hard duties in Mentor Roulette, but it's a thing. What's the point of trade mentors? That is an excellent question, Delane. I'm reasonably certain that they're there to answer, to give advice to other players, just like actual mentors are. So just let me reiterate, Mentor Roulette is not there to match mentors with Sprouts to teach them. Mentor Roulette is there to fill groups, and incidentally, the mentors are told that they are expected to, you know, try and give advice where they can, help where they can, be a good role model. Stuff like that. So A plus B equals C. You take a player that is told that they should give advice, put them in a queue where they fill duties randomly, and then there's a possibility that they will teach. But it's not a requirement. Talamar says, can I have this as a YouTube short? Maybe I can make one. Figure out what needs to be said in 1 minute. Fano says, is there a dungeon in which I have to expect any tank to struggle staying alive? I recently had a tank cave in really badly in a Shadowbringers dungeon and I want to be prepared. Several. I would say just generally assume that the tank might need your help until they've proven otherwise. But exactly, by that extension, Delane, A trade mentor is the same. They're there to give advice. The thing is, most players that get into crafting and gathering, especially crafting, are deep enough into that kind of stuff that they know where to look for this. They'll figure it out. They don't need to ask you. They don't need to ask you. They'll figure it out. But if they don't know, then you're there. I could imagine that trade mentors will be more relevant in the novice network. Zam's a big part of mentors answering questions about things in novice network, which trade mentors can do about crafting stuff, I guess. Yeah. And indeed, it probably makes more sense for Mentor Roulette to also cover extremes in JP region, where they actually do queue for stuff pretty broadly. It's pretty funny. If you look up an extreme, like to get the general information, there's a reasonably high chance that you'll find the console games wiki page for that duty. And if you click on it, there's a very high chance that there'll be like a big red banner saying that in the West, you don't queue for this stuff, essentially. Which I think is quite funny. Nehru says the issue is there's no environment where they're encouraged to help. What do you mean? What do you mean with there's no environment where they're encouraged to help? Oh, you mean like... Oh, trade mentors. Right, battle mentors can find themselves in a position where they can clearly see that someone is doing something wrong and then give them advice. Or the duty isn't succeeding because someone is doing a mechanic wrong. Whereas a trade mentor will never find themselves in such a situation. It's going to be hard enough to look at someone and figure out if they're doing the crafting right. Ubermed says, what I found really confusing when I started was that I was just told to not queue for these, and when I asked, my friends said just don't, instead of explaining its higher difficulty content. Yet that's a problem. That's part of the problem, is that it's often not explained why. Let me just put it like this. I was the sprout that queued for an extreme at one point. Like, I've been there. In Stormblood, I unlocked this like, I was leveling Paladin some, and I had this quest to do this duty called Minstrel's Ballad, Ultimus Bane. Let's queue for that. That's a weirdly long queue time. I'll do some open world stuff while I wait for that. That's weird. I just want to knock out this quest. Enter the duty. You know, say hi, everything. We pulled the boss as normal. And, well, apparently it didn't go nearly as fast as it does now, because I specifically remember that we had problems with the tank switch mechanic. I don't know why we didn't just tank switch, but I vividly remember that I was like, maybe I could use Hallowed Ground to block it. I could not. And a few pulls later, the group disbanded. And I was like, okay. And that's too hard then. And then just didn't queue for it anymore. Like, I realized that it was too hard just then. I wonder, actually. It's just like a open musing. It's just thinking out loud. Because what I feel like I notice a lot is that when you land in an extreme with sprouts, it is... like, considering what it is, right? It feels like it's oddly common that you'll have something like a tank that doesn't quite understand how tanking works, or doesn't quite understand how to use their defensive cooldowns, or a healer that is way too scared, just spamming heals all over the place, or a DPS that is not very good at their job. Things like that. what I'm thinking is it possible that part of the reason that that happens is that they're having enough of a challenge with the actual casual content that it doesn't really faze them at all when they wipe in an extreme, because they're like, yeah, well, I would also wipe in Aurum Vale. That's not that weird that I'd wipe on Shiva Extreme. That's perfectly normal, right? So, like, when they then have trouble with an extreme duty, it doesn't, like, ring any alarm bells that they might have bitten off more than they can chew. Because the casual content has also been maybe not as challenging, but challenging enough that for them it's like, well, yeah, that's a reasonable increase in difficulty. Like, yeah, that makes sense. This is perfectly natural that I would wipe a lot to this. It's probably normal for everyone. Whereas for me, like, I wiped a few times to Ultimus Bane and was like, this feels wrong. Like, it feels like that something is strange here. Because normally this kind of content, like, it shouldn't be this hard, right? Vivi says, I always wonder if it's rude of me to tell people queuing that it will be easier for them to make a party finder. I think it depends on how you say it, Vivi. I would say the best way you could go about it is to explain to the person that it is really hard content and that there's a very high probability that a large majority of the people that you'll get paired with when the queue eventually finishes will not be prepared for this. So you will not succeed as often. The chance of success is much lower if you queue for it. Because if you just say don't queue for it and give no explanation, then big alarm bell is there's no explanation. And yes, I am, Cat. And Bearded Scott says Aurum Vale is still one of the dungeons I'm wary of when I get it as a healer. Things can go south so fast with sprouts. That's true. I think one of the funniest ones I had of that, I'm pretty sure it was a mentor-led one. I think it was either a sage or scholar. I think where I was a replacement. Like, I come into the dungeon and the group was waiting and we were still, like, we hadn't done the first pull. The instant I'm ready and, like, good to go, the tank just dashes a straight line through the first room, pulling, like, a good over 50% of the mobs in the room. And then also pulls the boss. And, like, they don't use their cooldowns super efficiently. I try my best, but in broad strokes, I go something to the effect of, I mean, that's not how it's done. It's possible, but not like that. And then one of the DPS pipes up and like, oh, is it... Oh, by the way, a Link to the Past. Looking like Link. Nice. Awesome. So one of the DPS pipes up like, is that not how this is done? No. Well, that's on me. I explained to my friend that that's how he should pull it. And then I explained that, well, usually you'd, like, hold to the left so you pull as little as possible when you do that. And it's quite rare, actually, that I see anyone pull the tank with that. But even better, if we want to be careful, we just pull one pack at a time and then just hold, like, hug the wall as we go through. And we cleared it with no wipes after that. There was, like, just before the final boss, I also noticed that the tank wasn't using Mithril Tempest. Like, I have made a video somewhat recently on the concept that using Mithril Tempest on single target at level 49 is actually a DPS gain. That's not what I was on about. It was they were not using Mithril Tempest on AoE. They didn't even know they had it. So now they knew. That was good. Jack says, I'm relatively new to 14, just wanted to say how much I appreciate your videos. Thank you. They've helped me immensely with understanding the game and feeling less game anxiety. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. It's actually pretty funny. I think it was this morning there was a comment on, I'm not trying to start a witch hunt, so I'm not like going to point out what video it was, but on one of my job guides where someone was like, this is extremely unnecessary. What's with all this math? You don't need all this. Just play the game. It's just a game. And I'm sitting there like, you clicked on this video. You clicked on this. What are you doing? Exactly, Incarnate. Thank you so much. It's something like I believe it was 0.1% damage gain, just flat, and then you include Berserk on top, and it's even more. Caitlin says, what's Mithril Tempest? It's the step 2 of your AoE combo. Deru says, learning the math is why any of us can do any rotation ever. Yeah, the thing is, all the math is there because I don't try to just say, do this. I try to say, do this because. I don't always manage to get the because in there, but the key is that if you're told, do this, then you might be able to remember that that's what you do. But you might not, like, by remembering why, you might be able to, if you can just remember why, you don't even need to remember what. If you understand why you're doing something, then you can figure out if you've forgotten what it was. That's why I like math. You can figure out a lot of basic formulas by just remembering what it is, why it is that it is the way that it is. Delane says, isn't that a strat to skip the trash pulls? You die to the mob and the boss so that you can get the teleport into the boss room after you get the boss room being locked message? That you could do? It sounds really like, I mean, I don't know, does that work? I think the person who pulls the boss needs to survive for like 15 seconds for that to work. Cat says math isn't really needed, you can get kind of far by assuming everything in your kit has a purpose. That's true. But to understand what that purpose is, sometimes you need the math. Probably Giraheen. It's probably what they did. But yeah, point is, Aurum Vale is weird, I guess. I can't actually remember how I got into that tangent. But yeah, it does make Aurum Vale scary and really hard. And sometimes there's nothing you can do in your position because someone else is making a mistake. What? Oh, right. Yazek, thank you so much. Right, wiping in something like Aurum Vale is natural, so a Sprout might see that as normal as well. So Ellie says, I do remember running into a few WoW players who dropped early skills for later ones, because that's how WoW works. They weren't quite right, but I at least understood how to fix the issue. That is interesting, because that's not how WoW has worked for at least a decade. Pretty sure WoW hasn't worked like that since the existence of Final Fantasy XIV. At least not quite like that. How strange. You replace Arcane Shot 3 with Arcane Shot 4, that's about it. Yeah, exactly. There are some cases in Classic WoW where it's like, well, when you unlock this action, like this ability, you just never use this other ability again, so you could just throw it off your bars, but you don't have to. And there might be niche situations where you would like to use it. Boomet says, a friend of mine switched older tank mitigations for newer ones. Why? That doesn't even make sense with the World of Warcraft analogy. You're like, oh yeah, I'm a druid, so I learned Barkskin, then I learned Survival Instinct, so I throw Barkskin out. Barkskin is 20%, Survival Instinct I believe is 50%. I think Barkskin also has a shorter cooldown. It's basically like throwing Rampart out because you got Sentinel. It's just really, that's just really, really, really weird to me. It's really weird. Gazix says maybe they were classic WoW players, but then you'd rather have some backup rank down spells or mana management. Exactly. It's a little bit like sometimes this with a person coming from a different MMO, it sometimes can give the impression of, well, I know what I'm doing because I played this other MMO for 5 years. And then they explain how they did it, and then you're like, well, I have some bad news for you because you sucked at that game too. Cat says, I remember Warrior learning a skill at 1 that didn't get replaced when you got a spec and was basically worthless. I believe Warrior... So originally they started with Heroic Strike, which makes it so that their next swing, like auto attack, does more damage and is considered an ability instead of a regular attack, which means it doesn't generate any rage, but it also has a much lower chance of missing, I believe. Because there's some things that abilities are not affected by in the same way. And then at some point, like they changed it that Heroic Strike was just a heavy rage spender that was like an OGCD, essentially. Or rather, it was just, you know, an agility, but it didn't go on your next attack, so you just spent a huge amount. And then at some point, they changed it so that you started with an attack just called Strike, and then it later would be replaced with Heroic Strike, or something like that. But I guess there might have been a time period where it didn't get replaced automatically. So it just sat there with Strike, which was pointless, and then you get Heroic Strike. Yeah, exactly, Telemar. There you go. But that's the thing, David. I was also a WoW player. That is strange, Damarel. I don't know why that is. On my end, it says there's nothing wrong. Yeah, having WoW knowledge can help you get better at Final Fantasy XIV quicker. But assuming that you know everything because you've played WoW is dangerous. And that's also why I think it's really funny that sometimes the things that people assume is true in Final Fantasy XIV, because quote-unquote it was true in World of Warcraft, betrays that, yeah, you played WoW for a long time, but you also sucked at that game, so big whoop on your knowledge there, buddy. Like, that's the thing, is that some players have played Final Fantasy XIV for years, and they suck at it. If they then go to World of Warcraft and assume that they're good at it because the games are somewhat similar, then it doesn't matter that they have that prior knowledge because that prior knowledge was bad. Right? And that's what's really funny to me about this. Ilana says I suck at both, so I'm good. I'm pretty sure you're pretty good at Final Fantasy XIV at least. Yeah, that was JK that mentioned that earlier, but basically, as far as I understand with the lag stuff, if everyone is experiencing it simultaneously, then there is a much higher chance that it is either me or YouTube that is having problems. If it's an individual, then it can still be YouTube. I guess it could be me and everyone else just didn't pay attention. Or it could be personal. But I still did ask to be told if there was something weird, so I still appreciate being told. I did ask for it. So it'd be like asking for advice and then being mad about it when I'm given it, right? Deiru says it's sad that WoW teaches everyone to skip cutscenes and dialogue, especially when they try 14 and skip all of MSQ. I guess story isn't for everyone though. The funny thing is that World of Warcraft didn't quite teach that behavior. It's more like, in World of Warcraft, for a large part of the game's history, the story was interesting to some, but for many, it was just like, it gave meaning to what you were doing, right? But it wasn't actually necessary. You jumped between stories so often that it wasn't like, it's just small self-contained stories, and you didn't really need to know why you had to collect the bots from Bears X10 for the 15th time. Like, you didn't really need to know why. Didn't really care, so it's probably fine. I distinctly remember that in Missa Pandaria, which actually was, I believe was around the time A Realm Reborn came out? Like around the days of A Realm Reborn? You could play World of Warcraft from level, play World of Warcraft without deliberately dodging cutscenes. It was possible to reach level 86 or at least 85 without seeing any other cutscene than the opening one right after you made your character. And the reason why the cutoff point is there is because in Cataclysm, if you started with Mount Hyjal, there would be an in-game cutscene, quote-unquote, where you would fly to Mount Hyjal on a dragon through a portal. But it was not a cutscene, it was just you flew somewhere, like a flight path, as it is. So not really a cutscene. And you could do all that. And, there were other zones you could level, so you could reach level 85 doing that. And in Mr. Pandaria started at level 85. Why is it that's the cutoff point? That's because to enter Pandaria, the first quest has a cutscene. Unavoidable. You can pick up the quest and skip it, but you cannot dodge that cutscene being served to you. You must take it. So, under normal circumstances, it was perfectly possible that you would nearly finish your leveling journey and never meet a cutscene. So it goes to show that you would reach level 85 with the possibility of never being presented any, super important story dialogue beyond, a quest description. And a lot of them is just this story is interesting, but it's just here, and it doesn't matter for the overarching story. A lot of side quests in Final Fantasy XIV. But those are the majority of the quests you do. So by the time you reach level 85, you might just be I don't actually know what the story is, so I'm not that invested in this, and then just skip it. Boom. So they didn't necessarily teach that you skip cutscenes. It was more that WoW gamers just got used to the fact that the story was like secondary to the gameplay. Dropping frames? Not on my end. Strange. But yeah, also that, Ilana, that there's a huge amount of the story of World of Warcraft that isn't even in the game. So you might not understand what's happening, but the reason why you don't understand what's happening is not because you weren't paying attention, it's because you didn't buy this secondary source of lore. So you just will never know. Fun, right? But like, there is a story. It is, ironically, a story as to why, why players don't care that much about the story, and then they get into Final Fantasy XIV. And I will say, and I've said this many times before, Final Fantasy XIV completely smothers you with story exposition. Level for level for level. As I said, when I got into Final Fantasy XIV, what level in the Uldar starting zone is it that you meet Thancred? What level is that? Does anyone remember? Because the cutscene where Thancred was introduced was the moment I was like, I don't care! Skip, 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 skip! I want to fight things! I want to play the game! Skip, 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 skip. Specifically in a solo duty, I believe, so it might have been level 10. Some of you might be going, but wasn't your character an Arcanist? Yes. I played on a Mikote that was a gladiator, and then I found out that you can be a small dragon. So I deleted that character, bought the game, and then I could be this. Because back then, small dragons were not part of the free package. And then I made an Arcanist, and I just immediately skipped dialogue because I'd already decided that I didn't care. So just to clarify, I was already sold, but I didn't care. I just wanted to play the game. I just wanted to play the game. And the story basically lost me until a specific cutscene at level 50. And even that didn't quite bring me back, because I had skipped over so much dialogue, there were too many characters that I didn't really know, so most of Heavensward I didn't care either. And most of Stormblood I didn't really care either. Then I got to Shadowbringers, and because of this almost new start, you start in a new place, and there's a lot of characters that you actually haven't met before, there was a chance that I could learn from the beginning this time. Caitlin says, are you a legacy character? My character's from Stormblood. In Stormblood, the free trial was only up to level 35. And it only covered A Realm Reborn content. But this is also exactly the reason why, like, when people say, well, I'm not, like, I think the game is fun, but I don't care that much about the story. I'll just be like, okay, well, if you're having fun, I'm not going to give you a hard time for skipping the story. However, if you start to dunk on the story and say that it was bad, but you skipped it, then we're gonna have words. Because if you skipped it, then you essentially, like, you can say it didn't grip me, I didn't find it interesting. Fair, but you don't get to say that the story was actually bad if you didn't see it. I think that's still all I'm saying. But it's a fair point that you can go, well, I didn't find it very enticing. I didn't find any inspiration in seeing it. Like, I lost interest. Lupine says very similar to the idea if there's no content to do. Yeah, exactly. There's no content to do. Like, just, like a huge, like, blanket over this huge block of content. Like, I can't find any content. What's that? Oh, that's the content I don't want to do. Oh. So there is content. With that said, this is probably a good time to wrap up the stream. Jack says, the story was a large factor of why I've stuck with the game so far, but I have a friend who can't stand the amount of story who happens to be a WoW player. Well, there you go. There you go. That is actually really funny, though. That is pretty funny. And that too, Vivi. When that is actually related to the when people say that something is literally something, when what they mean is they just trying to emphasize what they're saying. Saying something is objectively bad because because technically something being objectively bad is, I would say it's worse than something being subjectively bad. Because if it's subjective, it's just what you think. If it's objective, then it means that it actually is that. But when you use it as an amplifier, then you're being unreasonable, I guess. Right. With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. I think Aradil has also shared it multiple times throughout the stream. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday and Monday. For instance, tomorrow there's coming out a video of highlights from... I've talked about a few times about a blind Chaotic Alliance raid that I did back at the end of December. Maybe you'll find that entertaining. That is highlights from that. Woo! You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, whatever it is. And you'll get an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link in the chat that Aradil posted right there. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing things like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that will be all from me, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!